What up? 246 shares. Okay. I was not expecting that much excitement right at the beginning of the stream. Okay. It's almost as if we have big news stories. Okay. 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 I was hoping it would be a more quiet day because I was busy today. I was busy all morning and I slept pretty early last night. So I didn't even hear about this story properly until like I heard about it last night, but I was too tired. So I just thought I'll get up and I'll get it done before the stream. 32-page indictment. So I was going to say, I was going to cover this, but I mean, I am going to cover it, but I want to read the indictment first. And I'm at page 6 now out of 32. I just started blasting it before, like in the last 20 minutes. So it's not going to take that long, but I guess I have to apologize, you guys. I'm just going to read the indictment. Like, that's what I'm going to do first. So if you don't like watching me read stuff and take notes, then go away for like an hour and a half and then come back for the memes. Because there will be big memes. We're just going through the process of confirming who everyone is, just to see, like, I want to just see how the indictment like brings us there. I've already figured out who's who for a bunch of these, but eh. So if anyone has no idea what I'm talking about, because I'm the only streamer you watch, take your meth pills. Oh, I'm on my meth pills. I'm fucking wired, man. I'm ready. I mean, I did all this in 20 minutes, so I mean, I'm fired up. Don't worry about me. It's not really the good thing about this, and if you're ever like an essay writer, or if you're even just doing uni, um, even if you want to make video essays, I don't know, like any kind of like writing, reading this kind of stuff is really good because it's very good at showing people how to be clear. Like, there's so far, I'm not confused about anything. So far, I know it's like very well written for that. I know how to look up things if they're talking about quotes that are mentioned in the press or whatever. Like, for example, I remember this quote here about how the RT journalist was saying during Brexit, they were told by their editor that anything that causes chaos is the RT line. And I'm like, I remember that quote. I remember the academic study that spawned that quote, actually. Yeah, so I got the link for that. So the TLDR, this is where I am so far, just from reading the indictment, not all the stuff I've heard on Twitter and whatever else, talking to other people who've read it. There's a the TLDR is that there's a Russian fucking effort to spread propaganda in the United States, especially since RT can't broadcast anymore. There were 2 employees who laundered about $10 million through a shell of a network of foreign shell entities, so they could covertly fund U.S. companies. One of these U.S. companies is the one that's in the indictment, Company One. 2 of the founders of the company have worked for RT in the past, written articles, never disclosed anything about being paid by RT. One of them, at least, is Canadian. They're foreign nationals in the United States, but they were in Canada before. And the real memes are the exhibits. Yeah, I've been told. Yeah. And this shell company, or this U.S. company that was covertly funded by the Russian government, had 4 commentators that are mentioned in this indictment, 2 of whom you can figure out very easily from the indictment because you just look for subcounts. You look for people who do conservative or culture war, whatever work, and then just think like, what are the subcounts? So for commentator 1, hey, thanks very much for the £10, James Crawford. I really appreciate the heck out of that. So yeah, for commentator 1, for example, they mentioned that they have 2.4 million subscribers. So I mean, I know we know what the company is because everyone's talking about it. If I just go, like, this is commentator 1 is almost definitely Dave Rubin. It's most likely Dave Rubin, right? 2.4 million subs. Okay, he's involved in the and company that's mentioned. Oh, sorry, this sounds fucked because my master volume was off. We know that 1.3 million. Commentary 2 is almost definitely Tim Pool. 1.3 million subscribers. So yeah, that's how we got there so far. I did. There's some funny. It seems that when these guys were hired, when they were deceived by the RT people into working for this company one that's sponsored by a guy called Edward Gregorian, who's a fake person, right? He's not real. Um, so far, Dave Rubin asked for a profile or article about Gregorian, okay? And they gave him this one-page profile that was provided by another fake person who claims to represent Gregorian, and they describe him as an accomplished finance professional who has positions at multinational banks, France, Belgium. So it seems like Dave Rubin did at least a fraction of due diligence. I don't know if Tim Pool did anything. I think he just took the money and didn't ask any questions by the looks of it, but we will see. And I wonder if the profile, the fake media profile, it kind of had an AI picture of a person. There's no way. I don't know. But after getting this profile, Commentator One agreed. So Dave Rubin saw this fake profile. It's one page long, and he was like, "Yep, nothing to see here." So at least he tried. He did something. Now I'm just looking at founder 1 and 2, so the two founders of the American company, and what they did in the past. So they're foreign nationals who reside in the US. They jointly control and operate Company One. They're the only authorized signatories for the business checking account held in the US. Gregorian Chalokian, yeah. Before operating Company One, they worked directly for RT and its affiliates. Now, if if founder one is who I think they are, I said they. I was careful to not really reveal the gender. That's surprising. I didn't know that. I didn't know that they would have worked for RT and its affiliates. Well, of course, they didn't disclose. Actually, I don't know about this one. Ano TV Novosti. What is this? There's lots of stuff about sanctions. Do they have a YouTube channel or where? I don't know how to find out about these people. I'm just looking at this now. Link to RT by the looks of it. I guess I can just make my little guess. There's lots of articles about it. Yeah, we'll get to that. Oh yeah, they mentioned the Canadian company. It would be Blaze TV, right? Tenet Media. Yeah, it's very memey. I can't believe it. It's actually so baffling. I mean, I can believe it, but didn't expect it to be this on the nose. These are like, because this is high stakes so far. So far, whoever founder 1 and 2 is like they're traitors. they're traitors. That's not the criminal charge, but they're deceptively pushing propaganda of another government paid by that government, the adversary of the United States, Russia, to undermine American support for Ukraine so that Russia can carry on its illegal invasion of another country. Like that's like that's like some fucking Cold War shit. Anyway. Anyway. It's bad. It's very bad. You know, like there were people in the Cold War who did betray their countries. Like they betrayed the United Kingdom and they betrayed the United States to feed information to the Soviets. One of the guys was actually a really posh dude, like a really well-to-do, like upper class guy, Kim Philby. This guy was a British intelligence officer who spied for the Soviet Union. And the thing about this guy is, if he had been caught, he was recruited in 1934. If he had been caught doing what he was doing, he was a traitor. He would have been hanged. They would have executed him, right? But, the commentators might be able to squirm out. The thing is if the commentators get off the hook, the fact is that their only defense is that they are so cataclysmically retarded that they did Russian propaganda and were paid by the Russian state to do propaganda unwittingly. Bro. I mean, that's fine, but you'd get a different job. Clearly, you are not cut for this line of work. Okay? Anyway. But the indictment suggests that they were deceived. Okay. They were also paid quite a lot, quite handsomely, more than I would have expected for Russians to pay people. I guess those rubles are cheap, you know, gotta shift them quickly. Okay. Let's see. Your Honor, I'm fucking stupid. I'm just really dumb. I want to see that play in court. I did it by accident. I'm a social media commentator, an independent thinker, a disaffected liberal. Oh no. Oh no. Anyway. Okay. So this is Founder 1 and their activities at RT in the past. Okay. Hi. To create content for RT pursuant to Founder 1's written contract, Founder 1 worked with Founder 2 and 2 individual producers, Producer 1 and 2, who later joined US Company 1. RT invited Founder 1 to appear on RT television programming, created a dedicated page on RT's website identifying Founder 1 as a contributor and featuring Founder 1's articles, and provided an official letter on RT letterhead designating Founder 1 and Founder 2 as essential workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. Interesting. Divide Founder 1. Oh, we're going to do all the caps. Okay. Founder 1 as a contributor and designated Founder 1 and Founder 2 as essential workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. In private correspondence, however, Founder 1 and 2 recognized that truthfully disclosing their affiliation with RT made it more difficult for them to do business in the United States. For example, in a July 2021 email inviting a contact to apply for a job with RT, Founder 1 wrote that RT's budget is going to be larger, but acknowledged, I know being Russian, some folks in the US aren't too hot on them, lol. Another example, in a private exchange on the messaging platform in Discord in February 2022, Producer 1 told Founder 2 that when I was asking people if they wanted to interview, many said yes until I said I was with RT, so I switched to saying I was just working for Founder 1. Founder 2 replied, ha, not surprised. So they are, okay. Founder 1 and 2 recognized that working for RT made it difficult to do business in the United States. 2021 email, Founder 1 wrote, RT's budget is going to be larger, but acknowledged no, being Russian, some folks in the US aren't too hot on them, lol. As another example, in a private exchange on the messaging platform Discord in February 2022, okay, yeah. Producer 1 told Founder 2, okay. In their private correspondence, while working directly for RT pursuant to Founder 1's written contract, Founder 1 and 2 regularly referred to their sponsor as the Russians. Okay. In private correspondence. Founder 1 and 2 referred to their sponsor, i.e. the Russians. Oh, sorry, RT. As the Russians. Brilliant. It's just like Fauda, you know, when people are called, like in Hamas, when they call each other the fucking, like the scientist or the chemist or the friend or the stranger. Like they have these names for their high profile people. There's that one scene where he's like, "This is the Jew. We call him the Jew because he looks like a Jew." The guy that they used to infiltrate the border. All right. Just like Fauda's story. True. For example, on or about May 12th, 2021, Founder 2 messaged Founder 1 on Discord. So we're billing the Russians from the corporation, right? On or about May 2022 or May 22nd, 2021, Founder 1 messaged Founder 2 on Discord. Also, the Russians paid. So we're good to bill them for the second month, I guess. Fucking Discord. What an incredible discovery process. Okay, on or about June 2nd, 2021, Founder 1 messaged Founder 2 on Discord. Also, I say we bill the Russians for the last month once we're done the extra op-eds. Referring to Founder 1's paid opinion articles in RT. And on or about January 5th, 2022, Founder 2 messaged an acquaintance on Discord about paid leave that the Russians had offered to Founder 1. Bro. From in or about October 2021 to in or about May 2022, separate and apart from Founder 1's contract with RT's parent organization, Anno TV Novosti, Founder 2 also worked directly for RT with Ruptly GmbH, RT's German subsidiary. Ooh. I think this is supposed to be Lauren Chen's husband, right? Founder 2's paid work for RT included, among other things, preparing English language tech messages describing news events. During this time, Founder 2 and Kalashnikov appear to have had overlapping business contacts. On or about May 18, 2022, a Ruptly GmbH employee sent a Russian language email to 6 recipients, including Founder 2 and Kalashnikov, requesting that they send their work email addresses to gain account access to Ruptly's website. A lot of influencers were paid on the right to be anti-Trump, as I've been talking about forever, just like a lot of influencers are paid to be anti-Jewish and pro-Hamas as well. Being paid for anything is not an issue, even if it's paid by a foreign government. You just have to disclose. For example, I get emails quite frequently, actually, from United 24 offering to collaborate. And United 24 are funded by the Ukraine government. They're a pro-Ukraine like media organization. So as much as I love Ukraine and, you know, support their efforts, like it's not worth the hassle for me to fucking go through all that. But I would just have to disclose it. I just have to be like, hey, by the way, Ukrainian government's pay. Like that just messes up the to me that just messes up the fucking process. Like it messes up the credibility or whatever else. Like it's just an easy out. Progressive Victory, whatever. Don't mind those guys. Because it's not like being paid to be a progressive is a bit different from being paid to be like for a particular country. Why do you have 4 indents? Oh, because this is about Founder 1 and 2. This is all the backgrounds. So Founder 1 and 2. And this is about their activities. Don't worry, Forethought. This is just note taking. Like it's not presentation. I will present this at the end, obviously. You can use more hashtags. I know. It's crazy. But I can also use bullet points and indents. U.S. Company 1 is a United States corporation established under the laws of Tennessee. Founder 1 has described U.S. Company 1 as the U.S. subsidiary of Founder 1's Canadian company. Canadian Company 1, as set forth above, from in or about March 2021 to... Okay. Network. Oh yeah, this is the fucking funny phrase. All right. U.S. Company 1 is a U.S. corporation established the laws of Tennessee. Founder 1 described the U.S. company as the U.S. subsidiary of Founder 1's Canadian Company 1, set forth above from in or about March 2021 to in or about February 2022. Okay. Okay. Follow me for more disinformation campaign tips. True. Ooh. Founder 1 incorporated U.S. Company 1 on or about January 19th, 2022, and applied with the Tennessee Department of State to transact business under its current operating name, which Company 1 uses on its website and social media channels on or about May 22nd, 2023. On its website, Company 1 describes itself as a network of heterodox commentators. Okay. Described on its website as, I love this phrase, heterodox commentator, that focus on Western political and cultural issues. Identifies 6 commentators, including commentator 1 and 2, as its talent. U.S. Company 1 regularly posts videos featuring these commentators, as well as other videos that do not feature the commentators across an array of social media channels, including YouTube, TikTok, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Grumble. To support the production and publication of its videos, U.S. Company 1 employs 3 staff producers, Producer 1, Producer 2, and a third individual, Producer 3, and a purported outside editing firm staffed by, among others, Kalashnikov and this person's just called Lena, we'll call her. Okay. I didn't know Kalashnikov was a name, like Molotov, you know? Fucking mental. Okay. Background on the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Now, a Foreign Registration Act basically just means that if you are taking funding to do political messaging from a foreign government, you just register. You have to register under, is it FARA? Right? Yeah. So you have to be public about it, basically. This is the whole argument about AIPAC being Israeli or whatever, because the problem is that there has never so far, I think, been any reason for AIPAC to, like, that we know about, that they should actually have to register with FARA because they're, like, American, right? I don't think there's any evidence that the Israeli government is funneling money into them. Until further notice. Ooh. Okay. FARA is a registration and disclosure statute that requires any person acting, I'll just do all of this, or agreeing to act in the United States as an agent of a foreign principal. And they have to register with the Attorney General as well. Or she, or they, god damn it. Not very progressive, huh? Or agreeing to engage, love this legal language, the long sentences, or through another person in certain types of conduct for interest of the foreign principal. Banger. Conduct requiring registration under FARA includes, as is relevant here, political activities acting as a public publicity agent or information service employee and disbursing money for or in the interests of a foreign principal. FARA registrations are made to the Foreign Agents Registration Act unit, the FARA unit of the Department of Justice's National Security Division. It is a crime to willfully fail to register when required under FARA. So I think the accusations they've got here are not registering with FARA when they should have, and also money laundering. I think these are the crimes, right? Because it's these two guys. It's Kalashnikov and Lena who are in trouble. Legally. The purpose of FARA is to prevent covert influence by foreign principals, which include foreign governments, companies, and persons located outside the United States. Proper registration under FARA allows the US government and public and private audiences to evaluate the statements and activities of individuals who are serving as agents of foreign principals in light of their status as foreign agents. Among other things, FARA registration reveals the identity of the foreign principal on whose behalf the registrant performs services, the type of services the registrant provides the foreign principal, and the source and amount of compensation the registrant receives from the foreign principal. FARA registration statements are publicly accessible on the website of the FARA unit. In addition, FARA registrants are required to label informational materials transmitted within the United States with a conspicuous statement disclosing that the materials are distributed by the agent on behalf of the foreign principal. Ooh. Destiny has inside info. Go find out and tell us. What inside info? I mean, I guess he's visited the beanie bunker, right? Fucking Edward Gregorian. Edward Gregorian. In or about December 2022, Founder 1 began working with an individual operating under the fictitious name Edward Gregorian and 3 purported representatives of Edward Gregorian, Persona 1 and 2 additional purported representatives, Persona 2 and Persona 3, to launch a new YouTube channel, initially under the name Viewpoint Productions. On or about January 10th, 2023, Persona 2 told Founder 1 that Founder 1's first task was to find a personality that could serve as the face of the channel, and that for the right candidate, we're willing to pay around 1 to 2 million per year. Jesus Christ! That is a lot of buck. What the fuck, man? He said he was prepared to speak to the DOJ about it. He met Lauren Chen and Tim Pool there. Wait, what? He met them at the DOJ or because he's just met them? Like he's met... Like how much information is Tim Pool leaving lying around in the beanie bunker? What? In the skater mansion? What? Okay. Yeah, I mean, if there's any... There's no way. There's no way Tim just left a document, like, lying around or some shit. Knowing about drama behind the scenes, nothing to do with this. Oh, okay. Whatever. Fun. If he does that, he should get the blue hair. He should go in blue-haired. That's the man! I don't... In or about, you know what Tim Pool will do, right? If Tim Pool is actually in front of the DOJ, he'll do what Candace did, right? Because he'll just propagandize, won't he? He'll just do. I think he'll probably just do Timcast. He'll just do a Timcast episode and not answer any question. I don't know. For some reason, people get away with doing that. It's weird. Okay. On or about January 10th, 2023, Persona 2 told Founder 1 that Founder 1's first task was to find a personality that could serve as the face of the channel. Check this streamable. Wait, what the fuck are we... Hang on. We're not going to get through this quickly, are we? You guys are holding me back.
Where I told Connor I couldn't join this because I said I didn't have enough time to do research before it because I've had a hectic month. I've told a few of you guys about it, but it's just been ridiculous. Believe it or not,
Uh-oh.
Fuck. God, I wish I could talk. I know so much random private shit about all this fucking shit. Maybe like once this is all the case is over or whatever. So the 2 people involved are the Ribbon Report and Tim Pool.
Where I told Connor I couldn't join this.
Oh. Remember when Lauren Southern argued with Dylan Burns over a fucking Russian translation of someone? It was either Dugan or Daria Dugina. And I'm pretty sure her source of the translation was like either the like a like a Russian person, basically, like one of her contacts, like some weird shit like that. But I feel like she hasn't got that much attention from this, right? Has she? I feel like most of the attention right now is on Lauren Chen and Tim Pool, for whatever reason. Probably because it's just fun to go after Tim Pool because he's such a twat. Like, I don't know. What's wrong with a Russian person doing the translation? Well, it's the fact that it was someone who's like a pro-Russia person. I can't remember who he had some. I think he had some connection actually. I can't remember. It was like a connection to Dugin or Dugina, but yeah, it was basically like a pro-Russian person who like that's why the. But it turned out the translation that he had given her was fake. Like it was softened to soften whatever was being said by Dugina. Yeah, like Lauren Chen is. Yeah, she's. Oh God, she has been very. What she's done is very, very naughty. Oh God, like that's. It's like national security and shit. Like what she's done. Fuck. Fuck. I just thought she was a little bit soft in the head. Anyway. Kind of brat. Yeah, it is kind of brat. Okay. So the face of the channel, it's a lot of money, okay? On or about January 13th, 2023, Persona 2 sent Founder 1 a proposed contract for Founder 1's influencer talent scouting services, with Founder 1 listed as the agent and a Hungarian entity, Hungarian shell entity, listed as the client. Hungarian shell entity has no publicly available website. In exchange for Founder 1's services, the proposed contract awarded Founder 1 $8,000 a month, plus a percentage of any deals that Founder 1 closed with influencers. Okay. Founder 1 offered. Honestly, is that really that much to betray the United States? Okay. The fuck? I wouldn't. What? Where did she get the short end of the stick here? Hang on. Well, maybe there's more. Percentage of the percentage could have been quite high. They closed with influencers. Yeah. Over the next several months, while Founder 1 continued to negotiate Founder 1's contract, Founder 1 accepted interim payments and began to scout for influencers for the new YouTube channel for Edward Gregorian. Beginning in or about February 2023, Founder 1 solicited Commentator 1 and 2 to perform work on behalf of Edward Gregorian. On or about February 6, 2023, Persona 1 emailed Founder 1 a short list of candidates for the YouTube channel, including Commentator 1 and 2. In the same email, Persona 1 attached a receipt for $8,000 money transfer from an entity in the Czech Republic to Founder 1's Canadian Company 1. Persona 1 requested that Founder 1 submit an invoice for Founder 1's consultation services to Czech Shell Entity 1, which Persona 1 described as our Czech sister company. Czech Shell Entity 1 has a website purporting to sell automobile parts, but also listed unrelating services, Cyber Armor Suite, fortifying your digital defenses. The website makes no mention of Edward Gregorian, Persona 1, 2, 3, Viewpoint Productions, or Hungarian Shell Entity 1. Okay, it's just about the money laundering technique. Okay. On or about February 6, 2023, Founder 1 responded to Persona 1 that Founder 1 had let Founder 2, who I work with and who handles finances, know to get an invoice done. Founder 2 subsequently prepared an invoice for Canadian Company 1 to Czech Shell Entity 1, which Founder 2 transmitted to Founder 1, and Founder 1, okay, don't give a fuck about this, okay. In Founder 1's February 6, 2023 response to Persona 1, Founder 1 also advised that Founder 1 had reached out to Commentator 1. We'll be speaking with him today, okay. Founder 1 advises that they have reached. This would be Ruben. Potentially. We'll be speaking with him today. With respect to Commentator 2, Founder 1 cautioned that a contract would likely cost well over $2 million a year. Ooh. That's $2 million a year. Dylan Burns should be investigated by the DOJ, but it doesn't fit their narrative. Imagine that, lol. Yeah, Dylan Burns should be investigated by the DOJ if you have no fucking idea how your own country works, you degenerate piece of shit. Like, why do you even live in the United States? You are allowed to do all the propaganda you want in the United States, because that's the First Amendment, retard. You just have to be paid by a foreign fucking agency and not disclose it. Like, is there any evidence that Dylan's done that? Why? Why, Michael? Why are you so stupid? Why? Is it deliberate? I don't know. Many such cases. Anyway. Also advised. Why are you shitting on random so hard? Because that person deserves it. It's actually, that's not hard at all. That's proportionate. That is a proportionate response, okay? I am not Israel. If someone gives me an 8 out of 10 stupidity, I'll give them an 8 out of 10 response in being a dick, okay? Right. Also advised that, right, with commentator 2, they cost well over 2 million a year. Damn. Tim's eating well, isn't he? The next day, on or about February 7th, 2023, Persona 1 responded that Mr. Gregorian, misspelling the name of Persona 1's purported employer, Edward Gregorian, was okay with over 2 million as long as we get the right person on board under the right conditions. Damn. Okay, on or about February 8th, 2023, Founder 1 reported to Persona 1 on Founder 1's outreach to Commentator 1 and 2. Founder 1 advised that Commentator 1 said it would need to be closer to 5 million yearly for him to be interested. Jesus Christ. 8th. That's pretty mental. Dave. God, imagine an alternate reality where Dave just stays a liberal. 5 million a year. And this is like a side gig. This isn't even like, this is like a side job, right? Fuck. Okay. Commentator 2 said it would take 100K per weekly episode to make it worth his while. Bro. Why are they asking so much? Is this just like because they make so much, or is it because they know something fishy is up and they're taking a risk? I don't know. Take 100K per weekly. Right. Hey. All right. Founder 1 cautioned that from a profitability standpoint, it would be very hard for Viewpoint, the initial public-facing name of the new venture, to recoup the costs for the likes of Commentator 1 and 2 based on ad revenue from which web traffic or sponsors alone. Okay. Despite Founder 1's warning that Commentator 1 and 2 would not be profitable to employ on or about February 14th, Persona 1 informed Founder 1 that we would love to move forward with Commentator 1 and 2. Okay? Feb 14th. Despite Founder 1 warning that this would not be profitable. Well, Persona 1 informed them that we would love to move forward with one and profitable, as in like the channels that they run wouldn't make the money back necessarily, but they're okay because it's not really investing to make money. It's investing to, they're willing to, it's like, yeah, this happens with news organizations as well. I'm pretty sure Rupert Murdoch loses money on certain newspapers that he has just because he wants to get his message out. The Guardian loses money because they're funded by a trust. Benny removed all his tweets with the word Ukraine in it. I don't care about him. I don't know anything about him, but okay, that's very funny. Okay. Temple wanted to be like Lafayette. Oh, shit. On or about February 17th, Founder 1 sent an email introducing Commentator 2 to Edward Gregorian, Persona 1 and Persona 2. The parties arranged a call between Commentator 2 and Edward Gregorian, which took place... Wait, so was Tim Pool just talking to a fake person? What? No fucking way. Which took place... Is Benny Morris a good source? Yeah, sure. Depends on what for. Maybe not his journalism. His journalism's a little bit too biased, I think. Okay. In scheduling the call, Commentator 2 requested that Gregorian call Commentator 2's cell phone. Instead, Persona 2 asked that the call take place on WhatsApp or Zoom. Both applications offer encrypted communications and the ability to place voice calls through voice over IP technology, capable of obfuscating the physical location of the caller. Ooh. On or about February 22nd, 2023, Founder 1 emailed Persona 1 that Founder 1 had spoken with Commentator 2, who was happy with the licensing arrangement that was discussed on Commentator 2's call with Edward Gregorian. Founder 1 continued, however, that Commentator 2 would still like to know more about the company and who he will be working with. Okay. 22nd. So there is some diligence. There's a margin of it, okay? Commentator 2 was apparently happy with the licensing agreement. Discussed with Edward Gregorian. But Founder 1 mentioned that Commentator 2 would still like to know more about the company and who he will be working with. So it looks like both Tim and Dave did ask at least one question. Okay. I'd probably have more, but Founder 1 added that Founder 1 had assured Commentator 2 that as we finalize the contract and begin working to put the show together and coordinate the launch, everyone will have time to get to know each other better and feel less like strangers. Oh, Lauren. Banger. Finalize the contract and begin working to put his show together. The launch. Everyone will have time to get to know each other better and feel less like strangers. Damn. So basically, no one's going to like Lauren Chan now, if this is her. If this is her, you know? Because when Tim Pool says he's a victim, he means a victim of Lauren, right? And the Ruskies. All right. On or about February 28th, Founder 1 emailed Persona 1 that Founder 1 had spoken with Commentator 1, who would like some material about Mr. Gregorian to learn a bit about who Commentator 1 would be working with. Founder 1 asked if there were any links, press release interviews, LinkedIn profiles, etc. we can forward Commentator 1 about Edward Gregorian. On about March 2nd, 2023, Persona 1 responded to Founder 1's email, writing that Persona 1 was unsure that Mr. Gregorian gave out any public interviews, but you could send Commentator 1 our LinkedIn page with a hyperlink to a LinkedIn page for Viewpoint Productions. Persona 1 also attached a receipt for another $8,000 money transfer from Czech shell entity 1 to Canadian company 1. Lauren Stasia Shinovich. Nice. Okay, on or about April 21st, 2023, and again on or about April 24th, 2023, Founder 1 performed Google searches for Edward Gregorian and for Bank 1 Edward Gregorian as of in or about August 2024, neither Google search returns any results for such a person by that name, much less any webpage describing an Edward Gregorian as a finance professional affiliated with Bank One. You think Lauren's the one who flipped? Oh, what? Maybe like they sold out the Russians to avoid jail time. That's so... Fuck, man. That's mental. God. Okay. On or about April 24th, Founder 1 emailed Persona 1 that Commentator 1 was really insisting on seeing some materials, profile article or whatever, before moving forward. Okay, this is... okay, Dave. Isn't this treason? I mean, it would be if Lauren's not an American citizen, so I don't know how that works. She's a foreign national. She's Canadian, isn't she? Do we have someone in chat who thinks Destiny's actually paid by Israel? That's quite funny. Okay. She is a resident. Can you be a traitor to a country that you're a resident in?
Britain's hardest.
Thanks for the $3, I know. They don't love their kids. Okay. All right. April 24th. Founder 1 told Persona 1 that Commentator 1 was really insisting on seeing some materials, profile, article, whatever, before he feels comfortable moving forward. Is there anything we can provide fucking Commentator 1 with? How do you know which commentator is who? Oh, because they mentioned the sub counts of each commentator and it corresponds. So if you look at the company that's involved, Tenet Media, and look at their roster, they say someone's got 2.4 million subscribers. So you look for which one of these people on this in this company has 2.4 million subscribers, and it was Dave Rubin. Same for Tim Pool being 1.3 million. That's the two I know about from this so far. Okay. On or about May 4th, 2023, Persona 1 emailed Founder 1 the CV to provide Commentator 1. That profile is reproduced with redactions and blurring below. What? This shit. That's funny as fuck, man. Okay. May 24th. One, that's such a funny picture. I hope this isn't what I mean, I guess what's a CV? I don't know what people are supposed to expect. Look, he's got a little jet and everything. Dave would love that. I'm gonna put that in there. Okay. Bank One's affiliate in the United States has no record of an Edward Gregorian ever being employed by Bank One, nor, as set forth above, do Google searches for Bank One Edward Gregorian yield any results for a person by that name. Affiliate in the US has no record of an Edward One, and no Google searches show any. The search just do not show any connection. What was the picture of him? So why did it? Is this a real person? I don't know. God, is that an AI guy? Is that an AI person in a plane? There's no way. Fuck me. So I need to capital G the Google. I know. Leave me alone. Other irregularities in Founder 1's email correspondence further signaled that Edward Gregorian and his purported representatives, Persona 1 through Persona 3, were all fake personas. Okay. By on or about February 16th, 2023, Persona 1 had misspelled the surname of his purported boss as Gregorian rather than Gregorian. At least 4 separate emails to Founder 1. On or about February 10th, Persona 3 sent an email to a potential influencer copying Founder 1 and signed the email as Edward Gregorian with 2 N's rather than as Persona 3. After the email recipient expressed confusion as to whether the sender was Edward Gregorian or Persona 3 quickly responded, in part, Edward forwarded this email to me and asked me to replay on his behalf. Digital forensic evidence further confirms that Edward Gregorian and Persona 1 through Persona 3, the various investor personas, were in truth and in fact the same individual. Okay. This can further that through 3 were the same individual. For example, on approximately 39 occasions between in or about November 2023 and in or about July 2024, email accounts used by Edward Gregorian and Persona 1 to communicate with Founder 1 were accessed from the same IP address at around the same time. As another example, on or about January 10th, 2023, Persona 1 emailed the text of a draft email to Persona 2, which Persona 2 then pasted into a new email and then sent to Founder 1 from Persona 2's email account. This is so much effort. Why'd you bother? Just lose the war already. What the fuck? What a waste of time. All this because you can't take over one shitty little country. Like, fuck. This is the Democrat DOJ, remember? Biden sent these people personally to go after Tim Pool. Founder 1 transmitted the Edward Gregorian profile to Commentator 1 to persuade Commentator 2 to perform work on behalf of Edward Gregorian. On or about May 12th, 2023, Founder 1 reported to Persona 1 that Commentator 1 had a problem with the profile we sent over, specifically the reference to social justice. I think it may be because that's usually a term used by liberals, but we're trying to create a conservative network. Okay. What? No. What the fuck? No way. There's no way. Dave Rubin is like 2-digit. What did it say? Come. It does not. Hang on. What is this actually? What is this profile? Hang on. Experienced finance professional and investor, deeply engaged in business and philanthropy, leveraging skills and resources to drive positive impact, supporting a range of organizations worldwide with a dynamic presence mainly in Brussels and London, engaging in personal and professional pursuits in each location with a focus on poverty alleviation, championing free speech, and advocating for social justice causes. And Dave Rubin read that and he was like, something seems a little bit fishy here. Social justice? That's like a liberal phrase, isn't it? Oh, God. How does he get out of bed in the morning, bro? What the fuck? All right. Born in Brussels, neighborhood, 1975. French Armenian father. Bachelor's degree at cum laude. 2003, Masters of Accounting, Finance and Political Science, Financial Analysis and Management, Corporate Finance, working as a junior investment banking analyst, financial analyst and consultant for... So this guy would show up everywhere, wouldn't he? Like, this guy's a big shot fucking professional. Relocated to Singapore to work with Belgian companies, expand their operations. Holding company. Positions at Bank One in Brussels, France. Associate at Bank One Private Equity Division, working on deals. Senior Relationship and Investment Manager at Bank One. An accomplished finance professional, Mr. Gregorian has observed multiple instances of misrepresentations and bias in mainstream media, many of which had the potential... It's got two... There's a space missing after this comma, and there's a typo here. To result in poor investment outcomes of his clients. With extensive experience of living and immersing himself in various cultures, he has acquired a distinctive and alternative perspective on world events that he believes is not always accurately presented to the public. In pursuit of his goal to encourage a more nuanced public discourse worldwide, Mr. Gregorian intends to establish a conservative news outlet that offers expertise and experience for a wide audience in the Western world and beyond. But Dave Rubin saw social justice and that's what raised his little spidey senses. That's actually adorable. What is it Joe Rogan called him? A wounded antelope. Oh no. Oh, Dave. Wow. Why mention Western world? Yeah, right. The guy is apparently from the Western world. This shit. Fan One suggested that commentator One and Ed Ward could speak together to clarify the profile. Is Lauren Southern involved in this? She was involved in that company. Yeah. On or about June 2nd, 2023, Edward Gregorian circulated an email to Founder One and Commentator One's assistant scheduling a Zoom meeting for 5 p.m. Paris that day. In prior email correspondence, Founder One represented another potential commentator that Edward Gregorian was based in Paris. Would you say that if you're in Paris and you're like a banker for Belgian and French banks, would you be like, I'm really seeking to get my perspective out to a Western audience? At approximately 8:58 p.m. Central Time that day, Edward Gregorian replied to his earlier email, "I am there, guys." The time, in fact, was 3:58 p.m. in Paris, but it was... No! Well, can't spell his name wrong. L for Zoom thing with commentator One. PM Paris that day at around 3:58 a.m. Paris time. Yeah, saying, "I am there, guys." It was 4:58. That is very funny. Oh my god. Poor Dave. Approximately 2 minutes later, Gregorian performed a Google search for time in Paris. Later, damn, they can get all your Google searches and everything, eh? Replied his email. Sorry, wrong hour. Didn't sync the calendar. After further negotiations in which Founder 2 also participated, Founder 1 and the purported representatives of Edward Gregorian secured contracts with Commentator 1 and Commentator 2 specifically. What the fuck, man? Then get information on hard drives that you tried to burn in a fire. Yeah. Okay. After further negotiations, Founder 2 also participated. Founder 1 and is of secured contracts with Commentator 1 and 2. Contract. Okay, what was this one? Monthly fee of $400,000 plus a $100,000 signing bonus and an additional performance bonus. Wow. In exchange for his production company agreeing that any and all content created under this agreement shall be the property of U.S. Company 1. That's how much Lorna makes in the day, to be fair. That's entirely up to you guys. Huh! I mean, it's not really. It's also AdSense. That's why you've got to shred your SSDs. Did you ever talk to Tim Pool? Nope. I spoke to Lauren, so I have I'm 1 degree of separation away from the Russian propaganda machine, I guess. Dater 2 contract. All right. Weekly videos hosted by Commentator 2 and live streamed by US Company 1 in exchange for a fee of $100,000 per video. Okay. Right. We're getting there. Founder 1 and 2 negotiate US contract with the fuck. Right. Why are we talking about Second Thought? Is it one of his fans? Is it the fan that keeps on making the same account and posts the same messages? That keeps on making new accounts and posting the same message over and over again? Is it that Second Thought fan? In or about mid-2023, as Founder 1 worked to recruit Commentator 1 and 2 to perform work on behalf of Edward Gregorian, Founder 1 began negotiating an expanded role for Founder 1 and 2 and the US company in their developing enterprise as set forth below. On or about March 31st, 2023, Persona 1 emailed Founder 1 a draft of the new contract that he would like to offer. Persona 1 described the new contract as consisting of 2 stages: pre-talent signing, where your scope of work is similar to now, and the post-talent signing, which is after we sign Commentator 1 and 2. With your help, Persona 1 advised that the scope of your work will grow substantially to include managing the channel. In post-talent signing phase, with new areas of responsibility and our new offered compensation. In a subsequent email on or about April 14th, 2023, Persona 1 informed Founder 1 that the management and marketing for the new platform's social media accounts would be done by the Russian firm we agreed to hire. But you will of course be the CEO and set the working standard and path for them to follow, and possibly you could hire a few more people from your side to further handle the operational side of things. On or about April 17th, 2023, Founder 1 replied in part that Founder 1 was happy to work with the Russian firm. As set forth below, this Russian firm consisted of Kalashnikov and Lena, who later monitored and directed US Company 1's activities under the guise of an outside editing firm. Huh. Not sure how that could be interpreted as a pro-second... No, not you, someone else earlier was making pro-second thought comments. I'm not crazy. Founder 2 worked closely with Founder 1 to negotiate their expanded business arrangement with Edward Gregorian. For example, in private messages on Discord or about they messaged Founder 1, also have full rights to the IP, so if we grow the platform, they can still technically take it away. Founder 1 replied that the French clarified that we own the channel, but they own the rights to the content, and so in the event of a split, I think we'd either need to pay them out for the rights or remove the videos, but we'd keep the platform, okay? i.e. Company 1. Do I care much about this? Do they have exhibits at the end, or is that a separate page? Counts. Okay, there's probably not all of it we'd have to go through. Okay. I probably won't have to take notes on most of the rest of this. This is about them beginning operations. We've done the pay negotiations. I don't think they mentioned much about person 3 and 4, commentator 3 and 4. On or about May 12th, 2023, Founder 1 sent an email to Persona 1 in which Founder 1 proposed that we keep the contract between us and my Canadian company. Well, this is just all about them trying to ensure themselves in the case of splits, right? That doesn't really matter that much. They await payment from Moscow? Oh no. I might just read some of this quietly. Hang on. Because if there's nothing, this is all just like technicalities about how they got paid. But we know they were paid, so. I'm adding Kostya KR on Discord. Damn, they actually gave the person's Discord handle out. Shit. They just put in Discord channel, commentator 5. Oh, wait, there's more commentators. A bunch of them are also using fake names. Like even the 2 main people. They're switching between fake names. Birth year 1997. Wow. They steer the company messaging for RT. Okay, this is better. Okay. Lena. Steers US Company 1 marketing and messaging for RT. This is interesting. Okay. On or about November 1st, 2023, one of the 6 commentators listed on US Company 1's website, Commentator 6, posted a video on YouTube announcing the launch of US Company 1. In the video, Commentator 6 explained that US Company 1 was a project of Founder 1 and Founder 2, who were trying to build a new platform for independent media with an initial lineup of 6 content creators, namely Commentator 1 through Commentator 6. After the public launch of US Company 1, Lena, using her covert personas Helena Shudra and Victoria Pesti, aggressively advanced RT's investment in US Company 1 in at least 2 ways, okay? After the public launch of Company 1, Lena used her covert personas to aggressively advance RT investment in at least 2 ways. 1. First, she demanded that Founder One press US Companies One hired commentators to share US Company One content with the commentators' pre-existing audiences, thus magnifying the impact of RT's messaging through US Company One. For example, pressed. Oh yeah, demanded that Founder One, Tenet Media, yeah, Founder One, press commentators to share Company One content with their pre-existing audiences. February 16th. On Discord, I do worry that neither Commentator 3 nor 1 share any raw videos posted on X. Commentator 2 shared only one video this week. Commentator 4 didn't share any raw videos. She only shared her mini doc and its promo. Wait, mini doc. Wait. Is that Lauren? Hang on. Wait. Who else does mini docs? If she's the only, wait, hang on. Is it Tenet Media? Is that what they're called? It says she's the only she working for them. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's Lauren Southern. Okay. Banger. Okay. Okay. Existing audiences. Okay. Have you seen the Ryan Macbeth video? Yep. But we don't need to show that to you guys. Don't worry. Tim could identify as a woman. Oh, God. Right. Oh, neck. All right. Feb 16th. Blamed on Discord that people weren't sharing enough raw videos on X. Commentator 4 didn't share any raw videos. She only shared her mini doc and its promo. Wait, did the mini doc come from Tenet Media? I guess I could look through Twitter history. February 16th. Will there be a mini doc on her channel from February? February 2024. That's not long ago. What mini doc did she have? February. Conservative sensitivity training. Was it this? That's March. So no. I don't see any mini doc on Lauren's
been an
channel. Ah! I see an October 2023 one. And I see one on March. So did she do something on just on X? Twitter? Formerly Twitter? Let's have a look. Just curious. Okay. What is her account called? Lauren_Southern. Okay. These accounts. underscore southern. And we're going from, we'll just say February. She doesn't tweet that often, so go from February like 8th or February 7th, say, 2024 to the 17th or 16th. So, yeah. Huh. So February 15th. Tucker Carlson, is this? That's not her mini doc. Okay. Oh, this Empty Love. Oh, on Tenet. Ah, okay. Mini doc, which premiered on Watch Tenet now. Feb 14th. Okay. Nice one. You never know. What the fuck are these? Are these bots? What's happening? Why are people blaming Russia? Seems fine to me. Oh no. Vladimir, what are you doing? The fuck? It's Chalokian. Oh no. Okay. Do you think it'd be possible if producer one could start posting videos a bit earlier? Founder one responded that founder one would like to talk to producer one about posting earlier if I did so. Okay. I think we need to post things earlier and ask commentators to share raw videos with subtitles posted on US Company One, at least one share per day, not one share per week. Okay. Asked for at least not one, okay, per day, not one share per week. I know this is not an obligation, but we are falling behind with numbers and we need to make our best so the creators can share one raw video per day, at least for now. Damn. With Founder One's assistance, Lena amplified her request that US Company One's commentators promote US Company One content by repeating that request through a fake persona, Victoria Pesty. Please make an invite for Victoria, referring to an invitation for the new Victoria Pesty account to join the US Company One Discord server. Okay. Sorry, I thought you would send it to me here. Da-da-da-da. Okay, whatever. I don't even know if this is necessarily that relevant. This is just them trying to direct the content. Oh. This might be interesting. $24th. What does that have to do with RT? Oh, these are RT people who are paying these salaries. These yeah. The payments were coming from RT. These two guys work at RT, the two people who did the payments. Okay. Lena shared in the producer Discord channel a video of the March 22nd, sorry. I made it the wrong date there. March 22nd. And of the terrorist attack. Uh-oh. Moscow, which killed 145 people and injured hundreds more. Timpool is live going insane right now. Nice. He did not know. That's fine, Francesco. That just means he's too retarded to be running a YouTube channel. That's it. You can't be a social commentator if you're this fucking stupid. Sorry. The incompetence. Oh, God. Oh, sorry. I just accidentally did Russian propaganda and got paid for it in millions. Sorry. What? Anyway. All right. You know that's bad faith? No, fuck off. I'm sick of letting conservatives like pretend that this is an acceptable standard. What the actual fuck? He's either an idiot or a traitor. Whatever you want, you know? Okay. So there's the Discord. Oh, they tried to put out this fucking video. Hundreds more. Okay, and hundreds more. Producer one privately messaged founder one writing, I don't know if you saw it, but they want me to post some footage on the attack. There's a watermark. There's blurred, pretty graphic. Fair use. Okay. March 23rd. Privately messaged, asked in the Discord that one of our creators, I guess they want someone to cover it, record something about the Moscow terror attack. Despite public reporting that they wanted to blame it on Ukraine, is that what I'm guessing? Is that where we're going here? ISIS claimed responsibility. Lena wanted Company 1 to blame Ukraine and the United States. Writing, I think we can focus on the Ukraine-US angle. The mainstream media spread fake news that ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack, yet ISIS itself never made such statements. All terrorists are now detained while they were heading to the border with Ukraine, which makes it even more suspicious why they would... What, you think like hiding in a war zone? Probably quite easy to hide there, right? Or easier if they got far enough into Ukraine. Probably want to leave the country that you've just attacked, generally. It was ISK, yeah. Okay, Founder 1 responded that Founder 1 would ask Commentator 3, and the next day confirmed that Commentator 3 said he's happy to do it. Okay. Founder 1 asked Commentator 3, who said he's happy to cover it. Okay, who is Commentator 3? Will this be the guy that we don't give a fuck about? Oh, hang on. That was quick. Huh. Oh, okay. It's this guy. It's Benny.
Hey guys, it's Benny. Breaking news. There is a massive terrorist attack happening right now in Moscow, Russia. Of course, the capital of Russia. A monstrous concert hall has been invaded by 5 gunmen wearing camouflage that ruthlessly murdered hundreds of people and have now set the thing on fire. This is a massive concert hall inside of Moscow. This is called the Crocus Concert Hall.
Wait. This is March 22. I thought on March 23rd. I thought it was March 23rd when they said he was happy to cover it. How did that happen? As in, had he already done it? And then had he already seen? Wait, this was posted in on March 22nd. This was posted in the producer channel, but the party line came afterwards. So there's a mistake here, isn't there? How did he get it out on March 22nd if they're saying or had he just covered it already? Maybe from like Russian propaganda on Tenant's YouTube channel. Oh, is their media channel still there? Do they link to it here? No, they don't. So he already mentioned it here, but Tenant Media? Tenant, sorry, not Tenant. I don't know why you guys keep saying Tenant. Media for people who like to live in flats. Kamala's empty. Oh, he's still chugging away. They're not doing too well, are they? Tim Pool. This was in March, so it's a few months old. Hey, where are you? Okay. Lauren Southern talking about the mob. Take over English town, cops capitulate. Lauren! Stop. Get your grubby little paws out of my country. Fuck. Look at the talent, bro. Shit.
Anyone who calls themselves conservatives should speak out against them. I'm sick of the anti-establishment folks claiming to be conservatives. Give me my movement back. Give me John McCain back.
I feel like all my donos recently have come from conservatives. That's crazy. Thanks for the £10 though. I appreciate it. Is that really, are conservatives this fucking discontent that they're coming and watching little soy cucks like me? What the fuck? Not complaining, but I didn't know it was that bad. I didn't know it was that bad over there. Did I miss it? We have no commentators. Yeah, you really, I mean, you do. They're just all kind of, they're just kind of insane, aren't they? Oh, this is the Lauren Southern documentary from February. Okay, so somewhere here, apparently Mr. Johnson covers the attack. Google's woke race swapping. Timcast. Migrant crime wave. The border crisis. Oh, there he is, but not doing that. I've never seen this Benny Johnson guy before. Am I retarded? Is it not here? I don't think it's here. So where did he cover it? Had he already covered it? Might have scrubbed the channel? Oh, maybe. It could be that he already covered it. Like, that would make the most sense because it's not like these guys have original thoughts. He probably just already got the fucking marching orders. Hang on, let's just check what he says.
Hey guys, it's Benny. Breaking news, there is a massive terrorist attack happening right now in Moscow, Russia, of course, the capital of Russia. A monstrous concert hall has been invaded by 5 gunmen wearing camouflage that ruthlessly murdered hundreds of people and have now set the thing on fire. This is a massive concert hall inside of Moscow. This is called the Crocus Concert Hall, and it is burning
Crocus
to the ground, what it looks like, along with the hundreds and hundreds of people that were inside after a vicious and monstrous terrorist attack that just occurred in Moscow. Possibly the largest terrorist attack in Russian history by a domestic force, or we don't know. Actually, we have no idea. We're not sure who the attackers were, who they were aligned with. We know they were in camouflage, and we know that they were operating in a militant efficiency. And videos we can't show you here are just unbelievably gruesome.
Gonna
Cold-blooded.
start describing myself as classically conservative the way conservatives say classically liberal. I'm just going to coot Lincoln's most leftist, big gov, tax and spend points and call it kissing face.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that. The Russians are everywhere, man. Okay. Okay. By in or around June 2024, Founder One authorized Lena and Kalashnikov to post content directly on US Company One's platform, bypassing US Company One employees altogether, specifically on or about June 12th, in a Discord message. Okay. All right. The pay, 10 million from foreign shell entities. Oh no. US company. We're almost at the end. Not that much. Okay. Are we ready? Founder 1 and 2 profited from their unregistered services to RT. Starting in approximately August 2023, Founder 1 and 2 typically submitted 2 invoices each month to Persona 1 on Investor Discord channel. One for company's expenses, and such as its payments to its commentators, and another invoice for Founder 1 and 2's own fees and commissions. Okay. Starting around August 2023, Founder 1 and 2 submitted 2 invoices a month to Persona 1. One for Company 1 expenses, payments to commentators, and another could be discrepancy for time zones. If they were that quick, yeah, maybe. Okay, and another. Payments. And twos. Own fees and commissions. Between in or about August 2023 and in about June 2024, Founder 1 and 2 invoiced UK shell entity 1 more than, okay, between '23 and June 2024, Founder 1 and 2 invoiced UK shell entity 1 more than 9.3. So this money all would have gone to the creators, right? Just about. I guess you could calculate, couldn't you, how much each person was getting for Company 1 expenses. So they asked to be paid to US E1's bank account. All right. Founder 1 and 2 also invoiced Shell Entity more than $760,000 for their own fees and commissions. Oh, so this is the amount they took themselves. Someone on Twitter tried to say that they that Lauren and her that the 2 founders took all the money, but no, they took barely any of it. Okay. In the same period, founders 1 and 2 invoiced more than 760. Oh, we get to see how much their commissions were as well, actually, for their own fees and commissions. So if we're going to break this down, what are the contracts again? Are they... So commentator 1 takes a monthly fee of $400,000 plus a signing bonus. So if we exclude the performance bonus, he's getting... So say August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. There's like 11 months. 10 months, we'll say. Okay. Days are 1. So if he gets 400,000 a month for 10 months, 4 million plus 100,000. Okay. Monthly payments plus 100,000 signing fee. Okay. So he's eating well. Commentator 1 is not Tim Pool, no. Commentator 2, weekly videos, 100,000 per video. He's doing 100,000 per video. How accurate do I want to be here? Simple is 2, yes. 10 months is like, because it's not 4 weeks in a month, it's like 4.3 or some shit. So if we're talking 10 months, you're about 43 weeks. No, I did not skip the time in Moscow bit. We got that. So if he's doing a video a week and he's getting 100K for it, it's 100K times 43. It's about the same, isn't it? It's like 4 million, something, 4.3 million, you could say. Tater 2, prox. Oh, not pounds, dollars. God damn it. 4 million, 4.3 million. Assuming he uploaded every week for 10 months. Well, and for the commissions, I guess if they're getting 8,000 a month, so 80,000 of that, 160,000. Not pounds, fuck me. 3,000 for monthly fees. Fees. The rest, what? The other 600,000 from commissions. Because I guess they hired pretty big boys. And that's just for their flat payments. Okay. So wait, hang on though. If they're getting a total together of what, if they're getting 8.3 million, and then these guys, what does that, the other 4 commentators aren't getting that much at all then, are they? Do we know about their fees? Because it seems like Ruben's contract was a monthly fee of 400,000, meaning after 10 months he got 4 million from these guys. So almost half of the total payment has gone to Dave, right? What? He's the one who's eating the best out of it. Now, Tim probably didn't get... He would have been paid per video, so I guess we have to see how many videos he got on that channel. I guess we could see, couldn't we? Tenet. We just have to count how many videos he did on Tenet Media in 10 months. That it? Wouldn't it be commentator 1 is Tim? No! I don't think so. No. I do not think that is true. So if we go all the way down... If we just go 10 months and see how many videos Mr. Timothy did. Actually, this might just take us to the beginning of the channel, wouldn't it? Yeah. Do you think you got paid 100K for this one? Oh no, that's all of them. Oh my god, it's so cringe. No!
I think I've pissed off basically everybody. That's what happens when you're a free thinker.
Anti-establishment or right-wing.
No, we'll watch that later. Okay. Fuck me. That's gonna wait. Okay. How many videos is Timothy doing? Doesn't seem like he's doing that many. Where's his first one? The West is choosing ethnic battle royale. Okay. Okay, here he is, Tim. The AdSense is going to be fuck all for this, right? Look at it. 2K. Anyway, 1. Do they have his name in each video? Oh, 2. Maybe I'm missing some because some of them are from Tincast, they don't have his face on it, so 2. 3. 4. They uploaded quite regular. 5. 6. 7. Or we're gonna break 1 million, guys. We're gonna get that big $1 million. 8. Oh! Beep, 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 beep. 9. Are we gonna hit it? 10! There we go. He's on 1 million. Okay, 6 months to go. Live streams. We'll do the fucking live streams, okay? Oh, they're only speaking about... Wait, though, they said a video per week. Oh, wait, hang on. Sorry, I'm really stupid. Hang on. He actually live streamed on this channel, then. Wait, hang on. Where is it? Did I miss it? They moved... Oh, they would send Timcast over to Tenet's channel. Is that what they would do? Why am I not... Oh, here. Weekly videos. Oh, it's per... Oh, okay. All right. Let's go to live. Aha. Haha. It's like Dave Rubin streaming on here a whole bunch. Haas. MAGA communism. Okay. I wonder if they were the ones that got Haas on there. Okay, so here's one. Because he might not have actually made every week. 1. 2. The fuck is this? 3. Okay, starting to recognize the thumbnails now. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. Oh, they got a lot of views there. Tim Pool did bring them in with the 75K. Did I just say 7? What did I say? What was the last number I said? Can someone rewind and find out? I did not say 8. This is 8. Okay, this is 8. Okay, fine. 9. 10. They've got a more stock thumbnail now. Okay, 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. He's doing plenty. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 5 days ago. He did 39 videos, so he's got 3.9 million. Okay. Whoa. $9 million. $9 million. Giving, he was paid. 100 for every live stream. Stream on Tenet Media. Okay. So most of this 9.3 million is going to Tim Pool, and how much is there left? Check how many months Dave Rubin produced content for them. Well, it's the whole 10 months, isn't it? He starts... Oh, maybe... Yeah, he starts right away, doesn't he? Yeah, he's there. He's just right at the beginning. He's been the entire time. And then latest, there'll be a recent one, I think. Oh, did he fuck off? Did he fuck off? When he found out that that guy wasn't real. No. Wait, did he go? He actually fucked off, didn't he? He's not appearing for Project 2025. Where is he? Am I missing him? Oh, when did he leave? Okay, when did he leave? Fuck. Would it be VODs though, or live stream? I guess the VOD would imply the live stream, so we can just keep going. So yeah, he fucked off at one point. Here. Destiny discussed Dave. That was the last one he did. Nice one. True. What? Okay. So May, we take out 4 months. We'll just be generous, I guess. So if we take out, what, 2.8 million? $3.2. Seems to have stopped uploading after May 16th, 2024. Dave Rubin got paid 100. No, Dave Rubin did not get paid 100K to call Destiny a cuck. Dave Rubin got paid. Well, I guess it would have been because a monthly fee of 400,000. Yeah. Yeah, I guess he did. He did get paid 100K to call Destiny a cuck for 5 minutes. Not bad. Dave, my guy. Okay, so how much money is left here if we for the other creators? Because it doesn't seem like they're getting, let's see, 3.9 million plus, we'll say 2.8 for Dave. Plus. This is accounting for 7,460,000. So there's about 1.8 million left. Left between the other four the other four must have not been getting paid that much at all then, compared to these two. Just to be clear, divided by 4, so it's like, I guess it's like 460,000 each. Their best performing video is Lauren Southern's documentary, the 1-hour doc. The Great Replacement. Can we finally talk about it? You've been talking about it for nearly 10 years, motherfucker. I hate everything about these people. Like, it's just, okay. Okay. I hope they don't actually say how much each creator got. This is about what? Yacht consultancy. This is just how they funnel the money. Shell entities. Okay. Here are the allegations. Let's go. Good place to close it up. Then we can actually do a little summary. Turi allegations. Count 1. Conspiracy to violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act. From at least in or about December 2022 through at least in or about September 2024 in the Southern District of New York, Russia, and elsewhere, Kalashnikov and Lena, the defendants, and others known and unknown, knowingly and intentionally did combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together and with each other to commit an offense against the United States, to wit, to knowingly and to willfully act against U.S. Company 1, against and cause U.S. Company 1, Founder 2, to act as agents of foreign principals without registering with the Attorney General. Okay. Fired knowingly and willfully to cause U.S. Company Founder 1, 2, to act as agents of foreign principals without registering with the Attorney General. Okay. It was part of an object of the conspiracy that the defendants and others known and unknown, would and did knowingly and willfully act and cause U.S. Company 1, Founder 2, to act as agents of foreign principals without registering. Okay. Overt acts. Further to the conspiracy to the effect of the illegal object thereof. Okay. Overt acts. And this is just all the things that, okay. The Discord server. Wire transfers, foreign money. Okay, whatever, I don't care. All right. Count 2. Conspiracy to commit money laundering. Okay. Committing treason over Discord. Yeah, it's pretty base, isn't it? I mean, it's not. Don't do it. Don't try this at home. The grand jury further charges the allegations contained in paragraphs 1 and 44 of this indictment are incorporated as though fully set forth herein, from at least in or about December 2022 through at least in or about September 2024 in the Southern District of New York, Russia, and elsewhere. Okay, the defendants and others known and unknown willfully and knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together and with each other to commit money laundering in violation of Title 18 United States Code, okay? Part of the conspiracy: transporting, transmitting, and transferring funds from a place in the US to and through a place outside the US and to place the US. Okay. US with the intent to promote the carrying of specified unlawful activity. Okay. Forfeiture allegations. All property, real and personal that constitutes or is derived from proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense, including but not limited to a sum of money in the United States currently representing the amount proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 2 of this indictment, defendant shall forfeit to the United States, okay, any and all property, okay. If any of the above described forfeitable property as a result of any act or commission of the defendants. If any of the above, okay. Okay. Whatever. Cool. That's the story, okay? Wow. I'm just going to put some stuff together. So we can get started on the actual thing. What a story it is. It's pretty mental, isn't it? It's just was not on the bingo card. It should have been. It really should have been. Okay. I really, really hate it that you can't open bookmarked tweets in new tabs. Why can't you do that? Why? Why can't you do that? All right, I just want to open some tabs so we can get through this. Okay. Okay. Fuck me. Which of your streams has the most views? I don't know. Might have to go check. Not now though. Lawrence and oh, yeah, this was funny. Good to show people who Lauren Chen is. That would be good. Okay. This. I want to get this up as well. Okay.
System.
Don't worry, guys. You'll understand what I'm doing in a minute.
System.
Huh. You don't need to ask me if I've seen the clip, okay? I've seen the clip. Whatever you're talking about, I've seen it. Don't worry. Okay. Okay. I'll read Dono's afterwards, okay? I think I'm just I'm just processing things for a second. Hmm. Um Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, we've gone and done our we've gone and done our digging. Okay. I just the story it's such a wild story. Like it literally has everything that you would expect to see in like a it's the kind of thing that you hang on. It's the kind of thing that you like think might be true, but you don't really want to humor it because it makes you sound paranoid. Like, imagine if back in 2017, 2018, when everyone was worried about alt-right 4chan dog whistles, and a bunch of people would notice them, and they'd be pretty sharp on it. Other people wouldn't notice. And then the whole way that played out was that if you noticed a dog whistle and you tried to point it out to someone else, if you tried to point out why someone saying it's okay to be white is a dog whistle to a normie, then the risk is that you look crazy. You look crazy for saying like, what? It's not okay to be white? I thought, what's wrong with being white? Are we like, we don't solve racism by hating white people. What? But imagine going back then and telling people that instead of looking for alt-right dog whistles that are linked back to 4chan, now you'll be looking for people who are paid by the Russian government to undermine American democracy. That you are actually looking for paid Russian operatives, like traitors. That's mental. God. And there was yesterday before this came out, or 2 days ago actually, we were watching this video, this debate, and I started to freak out a little bit because do you remember this little bit here where Piers Morgan and the Conservatives were having a go at Kamala for mentioning joy a lot in her campaign? Like, it started with this. There's a little reference to
almost
it.
overnight, she's been manufactured into a cultural phenomenon and a visionary. Most of all, she's apparently a harbinger of joy.
The one thing that I will not forgive them for is their try to steal the joy from this country.
The joy felt by Americans backing the Harris-Walz ticket.
We are joyful warriors.
Being joyful is part of the American identity.
The joy factor.
Campaign of joy. You're talking about radical joy.
It is downright joyful.
It looks like a joyous rally. It looks like a joyous occasion.
A real zeal and joy in the campaign.
The joy that you're bringing back to the country.
Joyful, exuberant rally.
Thank you for bringing back the joy.
Power of joy.
Hope and joy.
Something incredibly
joyful.
She does it.
Now, if you're a conservative and you want to make fun of this, you can do a few things. One is that you can maybe say that it sounds like forced happiness, that it's kind of weird, that it's a bit cringe. You can do all that kind of shit, but that's not the line that the Kamala opponents took. They said, like, one of them said this instead.
To be removed from this election. Kamala could run her Ren and Stimpy, happy, happy, joy, joy campaign all she wants, which sounds strikingly similar to Hitler's strength through joy, but I'm not even going to get into that. But at some point, which will happen.
And I'm like, that's kind of weird. Really? It sounds like Hitler's strength through joy, to talk about joy. The point in Democrats talking about joy is to contrast themselves with the insane negativity of the Republican Party right now. And it works. It works. They are winning on the vibes, you might say. But I did not expect that. And I'm like, okay, whatever. She just probably wanted to throw it in to be weird. Like, why? And then
Hey, Lauren here.
Fuck.
Let's talk about
not you. Not you. But then afterwards, someone else backed her up.
Yeah, well, you guys are super nice.
I have to say this, Piers. Emily, you kind of brushed over it, love, and I think you should have stayed on it. Emily's a Jewish girl, and she mentioned the strength through joy was 100% hijacked from the Nazis. It was in 1933. I have to read this, Emily. Hold on one second, guys. I actually want to read this because Emily's right.
Total insanity.
They ripped a Nazi. Hold on, Cenk. I didn't interrupt you. The Nazi labor campaign of 1933, that's it. It was set up as a tool to promote the advantages of Nazism. So whoever's coming up with this joy campaign, they should do a little bit more research. And you know what?
It's the word joy. It's literally Hitler drank water. And I'm thinking, this is mental. This is like one of the biggest political talk show panels on YouTube, hosted by Piers Morgan. And 40% of this panel thinks that using the word joy a few times at your campaign rally to contrast yourself with the negativity of your opponents is a Nazi reference, like a dog. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that doesn't make that. And then I'm thinking, like, is that like to troll? Are they doing it to confuse you? Are they doing it to make you waste your time responding to it in the way that I'm doing it now? Do they genuinely believe it? Are they stupid? And then I'm like, what if there's a certain organization in the world, a certain country that has an entire mission statement of sowing chaos in countries that are adversarial to them, like what Russia does? Now, I don't know. There's no evidence. Neither of these two have been implicated as Russian operatives. But when I see shit like this, I'm already like, wait a minute. What possesses you to say that? And how did two of you agree on that conclusion at once, seemingly spontaneously? Why was one of you prepared to say it, like with the whole backup of the dates and everything? Like, oh God, I don't know. That really freaks me out. But this has nothing to do with them, okay? This is just the effect that this whole Russia thing has had on me. Because now we've got this story that is basically like cinematic, okay? This is like, I don't know, that's like Bond film, Cold War, Kim Philby. People used to get hanged for doing kind of stuff like this. Not even that long ago, like in the Cold War. The spy who bullshitted me on the internet. So an indictment was released by the DOJ, Department of Justice, that implicated two people from RT, Russia Today, the Russian state-funded news broadcaster, for funneling money illegally towards American political commentators without anyone disclosing that they were taking foreign money, to set up this kind of like dummy media company. So going through this, the company, they just call it Company One, but basically based on the amount of very clear hints that are given in the indictment, we know that it's Tenet Media. This is the organization that was being funded by RT to basically spread narratives that benefit the Russian state. So it features people like Lauren Southern, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin. Now, how much each of these people knew that they were taking Russian money, we'll get into. We don't know for sure. We can guess. And it's kind of interesting because it tells you a little bit about what Russian operations have been since the invasion of Ukraine. Because before the invasion of Ukraine, RT would just broadcast all over Europe and America. They would broadcast. And we knew at the time, based on discussions that they've had with journalists or interviews they've had with academics, that their whole point in what they do is to broadcast narratives that benefit the Kremlin into the West. And also in issues that don't have much to do with Russia, say like Brexit, the idea was to push whatever narrative was the most chaotic and the most divisive. So when someone at RT was asked by an academic in an interview about RT, about what motivates their messaging, one of them said, I asked my editor, what is RT's line for Brexit? And he said, anything that causes chaos is RT's line, because the idea is that if you exacerbate political divisions in Western countries, then you weaken the resolve of said countries to support enemies of Russia, like Ukraine. So there you can see the way that this is played out, and that we have Republicans blocking aid to Ukraine because they are becoming increasingly isolationist. They are buying into narratives that very much benefit Putin. They are aligning with Putin in a lot of ways, and based on culture wars and the like Putin bringing up J.K. Rowling as a reference to the collapse of the West. And that all benefits Putin. It benefits Putin that Ukraine's allies are divided and are less likely to support Ukraine. They have benefited from that. They've benefited from arms being held up in the United States, like arms licenses being held up, to the point that Ukraine are in positions where they can defend a location. They have everything they need, but they're lacking like ammunition, which is supposed to come from America, but it didn't because funding was blocked. So it's like Russia already benefits from this. That's why they invest into this. And since the war, though, RT has been blocked from a lot of countries. So you can't access it on TV anymore. And in countries where it is available, broadcasters and companies have dropped them. So it's just like their reach through RT has gone massively, has been massively diminished. So in place of doing that, according to this indictment, what they've done instead is to funnel money through RT into supposedly independent YouTube creators that they think are likely to spread their narratives or narratives that benefit them. So enter Company One, Tenet Media. They say Company One is run by founder 1 and 2 who live in America, but they're foreign nationals. I think one of them's Canadian citizenship. And we also know, basically through inference from these indictments, that founder 1 is Lauren Chen, or roaming millennial, who, if you want to summarize who she is, this is her 2 years ago.
Hey, Lauren here. Let's talk about some dank Taliban memes. And if you happen to have that...
She's been around for a while. She's cringe. She's stupid. She's like very, very reactionary. She spoke about wanting to get rid of the 19th Amendment, which I think secures like women's rights to vote and stuff. Yeah, she's just mental, okay? She has been, according to this, taking money from RT to do articles and things like that in the past. Like she's been paid by them directly before. But when it came to the invasion and when it came to starting up this new company with RT money, they decided that Russia is quite contentious. So letting people know that RT is like part of their budget is actually not a great idea, because Russia is not, like, according to at least in one email, RT's budget is going to be larger. But I know, being Russian, some folks in the US aren't too hot on them. So how much the creators actually knew about Russia, we don't know. But my. When it comes to the crimes that they've been accused of, it seems to be 2 people from RT, 2 RT employees, have been accused of laundering money through foreign shell entities and covertly funding and directing a US media company, Tenet Media. And why is that illegal? Well, it's illegal because if you are supported by a foreign government, if you're like a foreign agent, you can do all the propaganda you want in the United States, but you have to disclose that. You have to register. You have to register that with the DOJ. You have to let them know. And it seems to be that they didn't do this because the money was laundered in furtherance of that crime. So, for example, I occasionally get emails from a group called United 24. And they like my content and they want to do collaborations with me and they would like me to do stuff like with them occasionally. But the fact is that they are funded by the Ukrainian government. Like they're a Ukrainian government media company. And that's just not worth it for me. I'm not interested in working for a foreign government. Like that's even, I support Ukraine, but there's a line. And I don't need to because I support Ukraine anyway. I don't need them to fund me to do that. I'll do that by myself. That's what I believe in. So I am not a Ukrainian agent. And if I am one, I would have to tell you guys. And I'd also have to, if I was doing it in America, I would have to register that. So this is the crime they've been accused of. Now, the problem is how much everyone knew. We know that founder 1 and 2, ostensibly Lauren Chen and her husband, they knew. Whoever founder 1 and 2 are, they knew that this was Russian money and they hid it. Okay? They knew. They got paid by Russians. They did the bidding of the Russian state and they disguised it in America, which is, just so you know, that's fucking insane. That's like treacherous shit if you're American, okay? Again, in the Cold War, that's like being a spy, right? That in the Cold War, people would get hanged for shit like this if they were caught. Kim Philby was a really good example. But if you take that, then the question becomes how much any of these creators knew as well. Now, we know based on the indictment that the creators were paid quite handsomely for what they did. I think if you look at commentator 1, who is most likely Dave Rubin, he was taking about $400,000 a month for the period that he worked there. He seems to have left now. His last video was on May 16th.
It was such a horrible trip. Oh my God.
Which is him talking about how destiny disgusts him. So his last video, he got paid, if it's $400,000 a month and maybe a video a week, he got paid roughly $100,000 to call destiny a cuck for 5 minutes. So that's Dave. But he seems to have left them. He seems to have stopped uploading after May 16th. So, and he's not on their header anymore. So he's gone. But based on how long he was there and based on how much Tenet Media was paying out, because the amount of money that the Russian state was handing to Tenet Media, it's about $10 million, just under 9.3 million. That's the total amount of money that was invoiced for these people. And Dave's fee seems to have totaled up to probably about between 2.8 to 3.2 million, based on his monthly fee and how long he was there. The funny thing is that this dummy company that was used to pay these people was so shadowy. They basically invented a person. They invented a funder, an investor called Edward Grigorian, who is not a real person. He is fabricated. He's made up by the RT people. Okay, so that's kind of wacky. And to their credit, one or two of the content creators, according to this indictment, did ask questions about this. They were slightly suspicious, slightly. Creator 2, I think, asked to see a profile. And then once they saw it, commentator 2, who is most likely Tim Pool, he just seemed fine with it. He saw like a little profile, like a fake profile that they made for him, and he was fine. Now, Dave Rubin, creator 1, seems to be the only one who exercised something even resembling due diligence. He wanted to see a profile or an article on Grigorian. They gave him a one-page profile that was made by another fake person who claims to represent Grigorian. Okay. Describing him as an accomplished finance professional, saying that he had positions in Brussels and France, saying he was the director of private banking divisions and wealth management. So they give this whole thing about him, and Dave agrees to work with him, but he's still a bit apprehensive. Okay, Dave, to his credit, is slightly apprehensive about dealing with this guy. When I say slightly, he when he's about to work for them, he actually, after the company's been launched, he tells the people involved that he's really insisting on seeing materials. He wants to see a profile, an article, whatever, on Edward before he feels comfortable moving forward. Okay? So they provide him with a CV. Okay? They provide him with a CV which looks like this. Okay? Remember, this guy's not a real person. This guy's not real. And we know that people were not sure about this because there are Google search histories of people looking for a guy called Gregorian and linking to the banks that he's supposedly involved in, and they can't find it. Like, so he's not a real person, and people have like tried to find him and not found him. So there's no record of him on any of the banks that he claims to be part of. This CV is riddled with strange little errors. Like, it's got still spelling mistakes, like media, no space, many, to result. Like, it all looks a bit odd. But Dave Rubin's not suspicious about that or the fact that you can't find this guy on Google or anything like that. Dave Rubin's one concern, according to the indictment, is that in his cover profile, in his cover biography, it mentions the term social justice causes. He's involved in what? Poverty alleviation, championing free speech, and social justice causes. And Dave Rubin, apparently, raises a concern, according to someone else's email, about this communication, saying that social justice is like a liberal thing. So founder 1, it's apparently Lauren Chen, transmitted to the Edward Gregorian profile to commentator 2 to persuade commentator 1, to perform the work on behalf of Edward Gregorian. On or about May 12th, founder 1 reported to persona 1 that commentator 1 had a problem with the profile we sent over, specifically the reference to social justice. I think it may be because that's usually a term used by liberals, but we're trying to create a conservative network. So they arrange a meeting for Gregorian to speak with creator 1, Rubin. So they schedule a meeting, and because Gregorian is European, he's in Paris, based in Paris at this time, they schedule a meeting for 5 p.m. Paris time, okay? But at just before 9 a.m. Central Time, United States, he sent an email saying, "I'm there, guys, I'm ready." The problem is he said this not 2 minutes before 5, he said it 2 minutes before 4, Paris time. It was 2 minutes before 5 in Moscow. And about 2 minutes later, this Gregorian guy performed a Google search for the time in Paris and then said, sorry, wrong hour, didn't sync. So it's a little bit sussy woo-woo, but if you're getting $400,000 a month to do not that much work, it's like, okay, go for it. Why not? It's not like there's a lack of overlap between these guys and Russian propaganda anyway. So, you know, I would think if I was this well off, I would be getting professionals to look into this, but I guess some people get greedy. Some people think Tim Pool and Dave Rubin are swapped. Well, the way I figure out from the indictment is if you look at the subscriber counts, because they say commentator 1 and has 2.4 million subscribers, and commentator 2 has 1.3. So if I just go onto YouTube and you go to Dave Rubin, now Tim Pool has 3 channels, so maybe that's why it's confusing. But Dave Rubin's on 2.4 million, and Tim Pool is on 1.3. So it makes sense. This isn't that long ago. And the indictment is this month. So how do we know the sub numbers are not from the past? Oh, because this indictment just came out like this week. This is new. This is very new. Yeah. Why don't they name them when it's so obvious? Because they're not implicated in committing crimes in this indictment. This indictment, now, if they didn't know, I guess they haven't done any crimes, but obviously the lack of due diligence there is just, it's more a question of the fact that they have destroyed all of their credibility. especially Tim Pool. We'll see why. Okay, so that's the indictment. If you look at how much they got paid, I think for Tim Pool's contract, it was he did live streams on this channel, Tenet Media. He did like one a week, $100,000 each. So his pay seems to add up to about 3.9 million from these guys. There was about 1.8 million left between the other 4 creators. For commentator 4, it seems very likely this was Lauren Southern because because she's the only she, and they mention a she here. There's someone complaining about not enough content being put out. So what someone says are not being shared. And they mentioned commentator 4 that she didn't share any raw videos. She only shared her mini doc and its promo. The mini doc in question is from the similar date. Is this one here? Oh no, wait, this is their fucking past. Where is it? Where's the tweet? Here it is. Empty Love, which is incidentally, yeah, Tenet Now, which is incidentally their most successful video by far. 1.1 million views. Most of their videos don't do that well at all. They get a few thousand. So for the money they're paying, also the fact that no one, the channel only has 316k subs, but again, there is an argument people are saying that you should be suspicious if they're offering you this much money, but they're only this big. That argument doesn't necessarily hold up because people will always, even philanthropists or like just concerned citizens, will fund a lot for promoting a message. Like, we know that Rupert Murdoch loses money on some of his UK papers because he wants to get his message out. He doesn't care about the profit for that. We know that The Guardian loses money, right? Because they're funded by a trust that cares about putting that message out. So makes sense. Like, they don't have to be making a shitload of money to be doing this. They could be doing it because the propaganda is more important than the money. But like, Great Replacement, can we finally talk about it? What, after you spoke about it to millions of people for years on end? Like, come on, shut up. Tucker Carlson speaks about it all the time. Yeah, this channel is ridiculous. There's another whole bit here about them looking for a creator to discuss the terror attack in Moscow. The terror attack in Moscow, which was claimed by ISIS, ISK, very, very quickly, but someone, this Lena person, one of the RT people who's implicated in this indictment, she wanted one of the creators to basically spread that it was Ukrainians who did it, or with the backing of the United States. And they said, oh yeah, creator 3 is on it, or yeah, commentator 3 is on it. And then I think commentator 3 is probably Benny Johnson because he covered that on his own channel as it was breaking news, the attack in Moscow. So, So this is kind of insane. Couldn't quite make it up, although, I mean, people have been onto this kind of thing for a while. It's just like I remember having a conversation with someone privately a few days ago about Jill Stein after the AOC clip criticizing Jill Stein. And this person said to me, like, oh yeah, I think Jill Stein's a Russian operative. It's like, it's just becoming quite normal to think like, yeah, maybe they are doing that. Yeah. But damn, Tim Pool. And the reason Tim Pool has become such a big part of this is, one, because he is absolutely molding. Since yesterday, he has been absolutely molding about these implications because he's a very proud boy. He's also quite dense. He has put out a whole tweet saying that he was actually a victim in this because he didn't know. He didn't know that he was getting paid $100,000 a stream to do the bidding of the Russian state and getting paid by them for it. Deceived in their victims. I mean, yeah, if that, okay, that's fine, Tim. Then admit that you are too incompetent to be a political commentator. You cannot accidentally do propaganda and get paid for propaganda by a foreign adversary. Like, you don't, that's fine. You have no credibility. Sorry. He deleted that tweet. No, this is the new tweet. The other one got community noted because they kept on saying it was a leaked indictment. It wasn't leaked. It came from the DOJ. Like, yeah. So, my. And I guess the question is that Tim Pool obviously brands himself as a very independent thinker and all that. And it's possible that people can just independently support Russia. We'll get to that as well. But with Tim Pool, I did notice he was a bit more on the nose recently. He was a bit more on the nose. He made that video that we were supposed to watch. We were supposed to watch this video for the last 2 days, and we never got around to it. But this is a clip from it. This is the clip from it with him talking about his opinions on Ukraine. This is his response to the Kursk region attack by Ukraine. Ukraine pushing into Russia's borders, the counteroffensive, right?
They know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong. I know you've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict. Ukraine is the greatest.
The Nord Stream pipeline was what triggered the conflict? Okay. You can tell he doesn't actually care that much about this issue, actually, because he doesn't know anything about it. He doesn't even know the basics. Like, what the fuck?
Threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize to Russia. And they know it.
Apologize to... Is that a fact, Tim? Who must go? Who's getting funded by dubious sources? To engage in malign activity? Tim? Tim? I don't know if the outrage is fake because Tim is always like... He always sounds like that. He always sounds like he's overperforming. But, you know... God damn it. Tim Pool. Yeah... What's that? Apparently this is an old clip of him. What's this?
You can have, so what happens with social media, particularly YouTube, where it's really easy, you can have a foreign agent or even the government or some corporation or whatever say, this guy talks about things that we really like. Dump ad money into his channel through Google AdSense and they'll never know we were the ones funding him and you can't prove it.
So do you think that's something like YouTube should be looking into, or somebody should audit YouTube for that kind of information?
Definitely.
If it's foreign?
You think YouTube's in on it?
I don't think YouTube's in on it. I think YouTube doesn't care.
Yeah.
And as long as journalists don't call them out for it, they're not going to say anything.
That's going to cause another adpocalypse. Are you ready for that?
That's the big problem. But I think I've said it a million times. If they announced that they were going to like ban Twitter, I would lose my account. I'd be like, dude, Twitter's terrible.
Yeah,
get rid of it. Just get rid of it.
I'm
half
humanity.
kidding. Like,
no, it's bad for us.
You know, but if I found out that someone was secretly funneling money through AdSense to my channel, I'd be like, cut it all off. I don't care.
Well,
I'll go sleep in a
might
ditch.
have some news for you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've looked at like we kind of addressed this with you the last board meeting we had about.
This is an old clip, by the way. Yeah.
Certain sites like syphilisdating.com and
Which don't go
nothing
to it.
to
By
do
the
it.
way.
Don't go to
Don't
it.
go to
Sounds
any of these
wonderful.
sites that we talk about.
Well, it does because it lists
What the
your
heck?
brother and you as the owner. And there's a series of 55 URLs like antifahub.org.
Oh, interesting.
A lot of them are packed
Oh,
with
Antifa.
malware.
Oh,
A lot
it's
of them are
Antifa.
packed with, they have security reports.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with me
I
or
don't
YouTube?
know. I'm saying I
Yeah.
don't know, but you should look into it.
I mean, I get it's for Tim Pool, the best case scenario for him should be that he is completely discredited and has to go and give skating lessons to kids, right? Like that's you can't be a political commentator with an audience with this level of incompetence. You can't do it. I mean, I would have said all this before any of this came out, obviously, because Tim Pool is ridiculously uninformed. Or in a sense, you could even say he's like over-informed in the sense that he fucking believes a whole bunch of shit that's not even true. Apparently, I should check his latest tweet. Okay, what's he saying now? Is this when he's pretending to simp for Ukraine now? Because his followers can easily spin this into like, this is the same corrupt DOJ. This is the same massively corrupt DOJ that's pursuing Trump, right? That Biden instructed them to go after Trump, even though this is also the same DOJ that's going after Biden. By the way, Hunter Biden made fucking way less in Burisma over a period of years than these guys have made in 1 year working for the Russians unwittingly, supposedly. I'm trying to be generous to them by saying they did it unwittingly. This is him now. Upon reflection, I now understand that Ukraine is our greatest ally. As the breadbasket of Europe and a peace-loving people, we cannot allow the fascist Russians to continue their crimes against humanity. We must redouble our efforts and provide an additional $200 billion at once. He's so mad. He is so mad. I just want to know. I want to know what the communications were between, because they don't say much about Tim's communication. Apart from that, he asked once for a profile on this Gregorian guy. I keep on wanting to say Chalokian. He's so Pisco. Nice meme. Can you show us your comms with the Tenet and their reps? Please release all internal comms concerning Tenet or your contact with them. Are you going to be giving back your tainted money to the US government or a Ukrainian charity? Thanks. I just don't. I once heard Tim Pool being described as a chaos journalist. Because he is very much like, like the Russians would see him as like the number one guy to be a commentator for them because he's a mess. He's all over the fucking shop. I've seen in the past of him doing videos about a particular social issue, and he'll read an article about it, but he'll read a part of the article. He'll start reading a section that actually contradicts his overall narrative, and he'll just like stop the sentence and then skip over it. I've seen a few. I think Timba on Toast has a really good compilation of him doing that. Like, he's obviously massively audience captured. He's obviously like, he loves the money and all that. He loves sitting there in his beanie bunker. What's the people screaming about Trump working for Russia are the same people demanding social media censor information. Stop listening to these people. Joke's on you, Democrats. Trump's not working for Russia. I am. It's so pathetic. Bro. A really long time ago, I was considering watching Tim Pool for 1 week just to see what it was like. And I got through like 2 videos and it's just exhausting. I cannot imagine what it is like watching that person ramble in the way that he does and with the fucking apocalyptic stories every single time. And then at the end, he takes like 30 seconds to advertise his fucking buy gold bullshit or whatever. Like, or don't forget to subscribe on Timcast for the full episode. Like, bro, it's mental. It's so, also tomorrow it's World War III, Civil War. Like, fuck me. It's so much. It's so much. Like, but that's it, you know? Like, and maybe the Russians didn't pay him to have any particular opinion. They paid him because he had opinions that aligned with them anyway. That's the best case scenario for him, and that he was too unwitting to realize what was happening. Like, but that's it, you know? Like, but again, even if the Russians didn't pay him, you know, he'd still be doing that. He'd still be sitting there. He'd still be sitting there in his fucking skater mansion in the beanie bunker. He'd still be sitting there going over some stupid article about some blonde girl who lost her job because she gets fired because she lost a beer pong game against a trans girl and complained that it wasn't fair because the trans person's arms were too long or some shit. And then he'll read this article, he'll get all the details of the story wrong, he'll infer a bunch of bullshit, and then he'll look at you so sincerely in the camera with the most sincere outrage, and he'll say, listen, I'm saying it. In 5 years from now, we will have social credit scores in this country. There'll be a civil war, there'll be World War III, and a Trump landslide. No relation. I'm telling you. And it won't be because they're evil. They are evil. The Democrats are evil. But it will really be because of the people who saw what was happening and did nothing. This is what the Democrats want, okay? They want open borders. They want puberty blockers. They want 19-month abortions. They want a safe and sovereign Ukraine. They want open blockers. They want puberty abortion. They want a safe and sovereign borders in Europe. What they want? No, they want open board. They want safety for Ukrainians to live in peace. What's happening? No. I'm a vessel. No. Well, thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe and go to timcast.com to get the full episode. And don't forget to buy gold. Don't forget to subscribe for your monthly supply of rations. And don't forget your gunpowder coffee. Same time tomorrow. He's just at every fucking day, man. Like, it's... I can't do it. I can't... So that's the story about Tim Pool and the Moscow Menace. Like and subscribe. Buy gold. Buy coffee. Fuck's sake. I never actually got around to watching that full segment on Ukraine. Should I do it? Should we see what he actually said? Oh, I knew we forgot something. Wait. Hey, comrades, I can explain. A media company? I'm getting 400K a week. A week? I'm getting that a month. You guys are getting paid? Oh no, Hassan clip. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Is this the clip or this Destiny talking about the clip? Where's the actual... Hang on. I just want the Hassan clip on his own. Oh, I saw who shared it. Never mind. Okay. Hassan commentary. Don't mind if I do. Okay, fuck. Why did I just... Oh my god. All right. Thank you, Justical. Thank you. J-Stock.
Host and TP USA contributor Lauren Chen, aka Roaming Millennial, and her husband. Now, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something.
Oh no.
I have not tried to fuck any of these people in this indictment. But the #1 defender of Ukraine, who kept saying I was a Russian fucking dissident or a Russian operative, has. You couldn't have fucking asked them why they were doing pro-Russian propaganda and how much money they were getting paid when you were trying to fuck Lauren Southern or when you were...
There's no way Hassan is vindicated by this, right? There's no way Hassan, the guy who did Russian propaganda and didn't get paid by anyone, who doesn't even like Russia. He doesn't. I've always say this. Hassan does not like Russia. He openly says he doesn't like Russia. He shouldn't like Russia. Doesn't match his ideology. But he does hate America so much that he will hate associates of America and allies of America, like Ukraine, that he will do Russian propaganda. Like, yeah, there's no way there's any vindication. How do I make this about Destiny? Jesus Christ.
You're trying to fuck Roman Millennial when you were doing fucking buddy-buddy conversations with these fucking people, Destiny? Huh? What happened? Host and TP USA contributor Laura.
Actually, the clip was longer than that, wasn't it? What even... Because he had a go at people who were criticizing his takes on Russia, Ukraine. Didn't he? Where's that? Fuck, I'll get the longer one. Okay.
In on you for your takes on his takes on the Russian
Oh my
invasion.
God, it's all
saying you
annotated
fucked
and
both
everything.
Laurens. Wait, what?
I want to ask the pro-Ukrainian losers who fucking constantly were like, Hassan is the #1 enemy of Ukraine.
I love the goalpost shifting. Not Hassan is a leftist who has problem with his takes on Ukraine. It's the #1 enemy. I love the goalpost shifting. Not that you got criticized for having bad takes, but because people apparently said you were the #1 enemy. Shut the fuck. Okay.
He's the #1 defender of Russia. How many of these motherfuckers spent all this time talking about me and rarely ever talking about Tim Pool and all these other like right-wingers who were literally getting funded by the Russian government to do pro-Russia propaganda?
What's the gotcha there? Joke's on you, liberals. I did it for free. Because he did push Kremlin conspiracy theories. That's not made up. The idea that the Maidan deaths were actually from sniper fire from Ukrainian right-wing American operatives, that's a conspiracy theory that Hassan pushed. He pushed the idea that Crimea belongs to Russia. Like, for nothing. No rubles.
What are you talking about, bro? God, this guy is so fucking retarded. He's so retarded. What do you mean?
I wanted the Hassan clip.
You don't think anybody was ever talking about all these guys? Hello? What?
What happened? That's 2 L's in a row. #1 L. #1 L. Russia doesn't know you. Russia doesn't think you're a fucking dissident. Russia doesn't think you're an op. They at least think I'm an op. #2. You spent all this fucking time shitting on me. Turns out you should have been shitting on the...
I literally said he's not an op. I just said he does it unwittingly. That's what I said. That video is doing quite well now, actually. It got a little bump lately.
Conservatives that were getting paid by the Russian government. What happened? What the fuck happened? 2 L's for the NAFO Andes.
Oh,
anyway, it's the fact that he's trying to spin that into an L for... It's so funny. It's like for me and Dylan, basically. Or like, what, Willie Mack, I suppose? Who else are like the big creators who have had to go in his takes for Ukraine? Destiny Vosh.
Hassan's probably ass mad because he just realized how much fucking money these guys are getting, and he's been doing Russian propaganda for free. Oh no.
Yeah, #3, you're on Reddit, which is an L in and of itself. Yeah, it's not just Tim Pool, it's people with Tenet Media. This indictment alleges that right-wing commentators like
It's
Dave
kind
Rubin...
of obvious, though. What's this? He's so funny, man. He's so funny.
Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, and Lauren Southern, as a part of the Tenet Media YouTube channel, have been unwittingly working for a Russian influence operation. 2 people described in the Tenet indictment as unnamed founders were very aware that their operation was funded by Russians. Tennessee Business Records lists Tenet's founders as Blaze TV's host and TPUSA contributor Lauren Chen, a.k.a. Roaming Millennial, and her husband. Now, let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. I have not tried to fuck any of these people in this indictment, but the #1 defender of Ukraine, who kept saying I was a Russian fucking dissident or a Russian operative, has.
What is even the point? I also like how he's not even gonna go through the indictment on his fucking stream. He's gonna read tweets about it. God, this guy is one of the dumbest. Also, I like how indictment unsealed in the United States implicating massive right-wing company, and the first thing he's like is, how can I make Destiny a part of this? Holy shit.
Oh no, this is actually a funny Drew Pavlo tweet. Who would have thought? This guy's a bit nutty, but yeah. Hassan discovers that the other propagandists got paid. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm about to wait for him to be like, was this DGG? I bet that's what he initially thought. I was like, God, I hope this company, what is this company DGG? Are they talking about Destiny here?
Why they were doing pro-Russia propaganda and how much money they were getting paid when you were trying to fuck Lauren Southern or when you were trying to fuck Roman Millennial, when you were doing fucking buddy-buddy conversations with these fucking people, Destiny? Huh?
He's so
what
angry.
happened? This is also, it doesn't matter. Vindication or not, it doesn't fucking matter because the people that are so invested in me being a fucking...
Listen, I'm the cleanest of all here, apparently. Because I haven't done Russian propaganda and I haven't tried to fuck anyone who has. That I know of. Nice.
Vindication. Keep in mind that Hassan's side is the one that's been saying over and over again that the fixation on like Russian propaganda...
Also, this is the second time I don't know if Destiny's tried to fuck either of these people, by the way. I'm just saying, like, based on these claims. Hassan, what was I saying? I completely lost what I was saying. What the fuck? The Brofessional is back again, isn't he? That's the second time in 2 days we've seen Hassan being kind of weird about women. The Brofessional never died.
And Russian disinformation is a waste of time. That's his side that's been in on that, by the way.
Russian like a Russian operative, not a Russian opposition, are so invested in that they will never listen to reason. They've already made up their minds. They've watched all the fucking YouTube commentary videos from these fucking dumbasses who kept saying like I was pro Russia from the jump. Okay, so you know they will still continue with that the investment that they've made. But I just want to point out, you know, seems like motherfuckers who are pro Russia got. Seems like the motherfuckers who are paid propagandists got. Hassan is a Russian op, but not for financial reasons. It's because he read Dugin and was really moved by it. Yeah, I am famously a big fan of ultra-nationalist fascist...
We know you are. It's okay. You literally were pro-Russia, but that's okay.
Oh, no. He wasn't pro-Russia. He just wanted them to have more territory. Is that okay? You're not pro-Nazi just because you support the Anschluss, are you? Is that how it works? Give him a bit of Sudetenland? Are you? Apparently, The Blaze has fired Lauren Chen just now. Oh, it's very breaking. 5:11 GMT. Very breaking. You guys are getting it here. A conservative American media company has fired one of the YouTubers implicated in an alleged Russian influence operation exposed by the US Department of Justice this week. Lauren Chen was an independent contractor whose contract has been terminated, Blaze Media CEO Tyler Cardone said in an email to Semaphore. Chen and her husband, Liam Donovan, are the co-founders of Tenet Media, a previously obscure media company that paid eye-popping sums to right-wing influencers to produce videos that echoed Russian propaganda and other right-wing talking points, according to an indictment. Well, that's just mainstream media disinformation, that is. They were not right-wing influencers, they are disaffected liberals, okay? Dave Rubin's gay. Dave Rubin's very gay. Tim Pool's a skater. Okay, I'm done. No, wait, hang on. Hang on. What is this video? No, this isn't it. There's a Timcast video. I was thinking if I search Timcast World War III, I might not even get the video. It's this one, isn't it? This was his full video on the Ukrainian invasion of Russia.
Story from news.
If that's what you call it. Was this one put up on Tenet Media though? So it's 6 days old. Culture War. Oh, it's Andrew Wilson. Can Trump win the black vote? Taylor Hansen. I don't know anything about that guy. No, they didn't upload it. Okay. Right. Let's just see what the full video was. I don't know. I'm curious now. Yeah, it's where the clip came from for sure with the maps. Okay. What does Tim Pool know about Ukraine? What doesn't he know? How much does he not know? Apparently he's molding on his live stream right now. Is he? No way. Where? Which one? Where is he live? Do you think there will be more indictments for Lauren or others? I have no idea. Lauren Chen? Actually, yeah, I do. Lauren Chen is fucked. Like, she is... What she did, if that's all true, you know, and it's her, which is... yeah, she's done something very, very naughty. Yeah, God. Oh, well, whatever.
Story from Newsweek. Russia issues a warning. World War III. A World War III warning to the U.S. You know why they're doing it? How about this? Ukraine says it struck at 2 oil depots inside Russia. So using Western weapons, Western training, Western resources, Western intelligence, and Western volunteers. They call them volunteers. That means U.S. boots on the ground. There has been an invasion of Russia.
He's so stupid. I don't think the Americans knew anything about this attack. Like, what the fuck? I think it was British tanks that were part of it. But okay. Boots on the ground. God. Yeah. That's not what boots on the ground means. Volunteers going over there is not boots on the ground. That's not what that means. That's not what US boots on the ground mean. Tim! I need to do donos. Hang on. BPM Traveler, thanks for 6 Canadian. Sorry to victimize you like this, Box. True, you guys don't victimize me enough. Jacob, thanks for the $5. Wow, why is the left so hypocritical? We all know they take Soros checks, so why can't patriots take Kremlin checks? Make it make sense. KTQ25, thanks for the $5. Did you see Putin came out and endorsed Kamala a few hours ago? Interesting. He's covering for Tim Pool. Uber, thanks for the $5. I feel like a lot of people get why Russia is paying Lauren wrong. She was hired to fire flares at mass Ukrainian migration into Kursk. Okay. You guys are sharp today. Ogla Kook, thanks for the 50 check. I heard something about Czech shell companies. Have you gotten to that part yet? Yeah, there's a Czech shell company involved. Raiders Cat, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Looking cute today, Mr. Box. That's good. I don't feel cute. Street Surgery, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. Wow. Donate more, retards. All right.
Russia has threatened to use nuclear weapons if facing an existential threat. But perhaps they need not blow us up. From Watcher.guru. BRICS. 126 nations meet with alliance to discuss ditching the U.S. dollar. My friends, the deep state will not allow that to happen. The liberal economic order will not allow that to happen.
See, how do people watch this shit every fucking day? It's so inhuman. Like,
so perhaps Russia will say, we don't need nukes. We're getting off the petrodollar, and you
thanks
are
for the tier
done.
2 sub, Apostate.
And what do you think the response from the United States is going to be?
Oh,
it's
the
going
gifted
to
sub.
be
Fridge
war.
Freeman. Oh, there's
Our
going
only
to be
hope,
war.
in my opinion, is a Donald Trump victory.
Uh-huh.
Trump wins,
okay,
secures the United States, protects it, and then pushes for security in this country and lets these other countries trade as they see fit. It could lead to global conflict and competition, but it'll avoid nuclear annihilation. First, from Newsweek. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov issued a World War III warning to the U.S., saying the West was asking...
Is Tim going to say that Lavrov does this every fucking week? Is Tim going to say that? That you understand that from Russia's perspective and their nuclear red lines, Ukraine crosses them every day because Russia's nuclear red lines are they defend Russian sovereign territory. Russia have said that Russian sovereign territory includes Crimea, Donbass, Zaporizhia, Kherson, and Ukraine fights in all these places. But Russia doesn't nuke. Even though, according to the Russian constitution, all those areas are just as Russian as Moscow. Like, almost as if Russia is not going to launch a nuke over holding territory in Ukraine.
Looking for trouble by...
What's this? Yeah, it's just very thick and dark and strong and intense. Like me. Jesus.
Even considering Ukrainian requests to use supplied weapons to conduct...
DOJ press conference in 2 minutes. Oh! Is it about this?
...strikes deep within Russian territory. Discussions about using Western-supplied missiles to strike Russia are tantamount to playing with fire, Lavrov told reporters in Moscow on Tuesday. The U.S., despite requests from Ukraine, has remained steadfast on its position that its long-range weapons may only be used on Ukrainian soil or to defend the country from Russia cross-border attacks. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has repeatedly asked Western allies to approve the use of their weapons to strike targets inside Russia, insisting that doing so could turn the tide of war. Lavrov warned that the West against entertaining Kiev's request. Quote, "We have long been hearing these speculations about allowing the use of not only Storm Shadow, but also American long-range missiles, by the way. Some anonymous source in Washington said that such work is being done. Ukraine's request is being viewed in a generally positive light. I'd like to add, they've already used U.S. weapons to strike Russian territory. This is blackmail. This is an attempt to pretend that the West wants to avoid excessive escalation. But in reality, this is deceit."
Holy shit. Thanks for the 69 Canadian. I really appreciate that. 69.99 actually. Wow. That's so kind. I'm sorry for what's happening to your country right now. Okay, we've got the DOJ press conference lined up. So once it goes live, we'll go watch that.
The West does not want to avoid escalation.
I'm never going to get to watch this video. I always get interrupted by something when I'm trying to watch this fucking video.
The West is asking for it. And it seems to me that this is already obvious to everyone. We are now confirming once again that playing with fire, that playing with fire, and they are like small children playing with matches, is a very dangerous thing for grown-up uncles and aunts who are entrusted with nuclear weapons in one or another Western country.
Just to be clear, Ukraine's being invaded. No one wins a war by digging in and defending. You have to go on the offensive sometimes.
Country, he added. Americans unequivocally associate conversations about the Third World War as something that, God forbid, if happens, will affect Europe exclusively. Pentagon Press Secretary Major General Patrick Ryder told reporters during a news conference on Tuesday, that Washington's policies on Ukraine's use of American-supplied missiles has not changed. You've heard us say the Ukrainians can use U.S. security assistance to defend themselves from cross-border attacks. In other words, counterfire. But as it relates to long-range strikes, deep strikes into Russia, our policy has not changed. We're not seeking conflict with Russia. We are simply supporting a democratic nation who was invaded 2.5 years ago and enabling them to protect themselves.
The DOJ press conference hasn't started yet. Are they late? Is that normal for them? The fuck? Huh. They don't stream on YouTube, do they?
I'm going to go ahead and say lies, but anyway.
No.
Look at what's happening to Ukraine.
Like Hitler.
They're surging into Russia. You're going to have World War III. This is Donald Trump speaking Tuesday about the invasion in Detroit. Responding to Trump's remarks, Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said many Western countries are already up to their ears in this conflict. To put it simply, they are directly involved in this conflict. Such forays like the one in Kursk Oblast are, of course, acts that escalate tension to the limit. Therefore, there is cause for concern. And in this case, one can treat such alarmist...
I love it that he's just repeated Lavrov's line as well, by the way. He just got his take on this from Lavrov. That's really funny.
Statement with understanding. There are no winners in nuclear war, only survivors. Wow. Ukraine says it struck at 2 oil depots inside Russia. Why are we tolerating this? Democrat voters who are supporting this are either abject, malicious evil or the banality of evil. I will say it again. Ukraine has invaded Russia. They've evacuated 130,000 civilians. They are bombing oil depots. I do not like Russia. I do not like Ukraine. Let them have their war. I don't care. Russia should not have invaded Ukraine. The U.S. should not have tried to interfere in Ukraine and tried to induct them into NATO. There is no innocence here.
Again, that wasn't anything to do with why Russia invaded Ukraine. It was nothing to do with NATO. When did the United States try to induct Ukraine into NATO? Ukraine went to the NATO summit in Bucharest, to come back with a path to membership, and they didn't get it. They got an assurance saying, yeah, you'll join NATO in the future sometime. That was it. There's no formal path to membership. They did that to appease Russia. Tim?
Escalation. And the people in this country that are supporting the Ukraine flag-waving Democrat psychopaths and neocons are going to destroy this planet. They're going to destroy this country, and they are going to wipe out large portions.
DOJ.
My name is Matt Olson. I'm the Assistant Attorney General for National Security at the Department of Justice. I am joined today by the United States Attorney for the District of Maryland, Eric Barron, and Special Agent in Charge, William Dobano, of the FBI Baltimore Field Office. Today we are announcing a superseding indictment against 5 of the Russian military intelligence agency known as the GRU,
Look what he did.
as well as one civilian Russian cyber criminal for their campaign to conduct cyber intrusions. This superseding indictment adds to charges made public in June against the Russian civilian Amin Stagal. These defendants are responsible for carrying out the series of destructive computer attacks that are commonly referred to as the Whispergate campaign. This campaign targeted computers in Ukraine shortly before.
Bro, imagine if they get a search warrant into the Beanie Bunker. I want to know what he's hiding in there.
Russia related to cyber intrusions targeting victims in the United States, in Ukraine, and elsewhere. The Whispergate campaign included the targeting of civilian infrastructure and Ukrainian computer systems wholly unrelated to the military or national defense. That included government agencies responsible for emergency services in Ukraine.
He probably has a lot of
judiciary,
Doritos. He
food
seems like a
safety, and
Dorito guy.
education. Seeking to sap the morale of the Ukrainian public,
Hentai?
the
Yeah,
defendants
probably.
also stole and leaked the personal data of thousands of Ukrainian civilians, including by posting patient health information and other sensitive private data for sale online and then taunting those victims. They attempted to cover their tracks by pretending to be criminals engaged in ransomware attacks, leaving behind ransom notes demanding Bitcoin payments to return data from victim systems, data the perpetrators knew had already been destroyed and could not be recovered. And Stagal's involvement illustrates the Russian government's continued willingness to provide a haven for cyber criminals in exchange for such criminals being, quote, on call to provide support and deniability for its military and intelligence services. These conspirators did not limit their activities to Ukraine. They targeted computers around the world and used computer infrastructures of an unwitting U.S.-based company to conduct the Whispergate attacks. They went on to target computer systems in other nations, supporting Ukraine in its fight for survival. Ultimately, their targets included computer systems in 26 NATO partners, including the United States. Before I turn this over to the U.S. Attorney to discuss the case in a bit more detail, I will note that we are announcing today's charges alongside the concurrent actions of several of our partners. The United States Department of State is offering a reward of up to $10 million for information on the defendants. Over a dozen of our domestic and foreign partners have issued a joint cybersecurity advisory regarding this group's activities. And Estonia has announced criminal charges against several individuals involved in the same hacking activity, including 2 of the same defendants charged here today. The Department of Justice stands united with our partners and our allies in supporting the Ukrainian people in the wake of Russia's invasion of their country. The National Security Division, which I lead, will continue to use all of our tools, including our private and international partnerships, in order to identify individuals, take down the infrastructure, and expose the techniques that prop up the Russian government and that it uses to carry out its malicious and destabilizing activities. When it comes to countering Russia's cyber-enabled malicious activities, National Security Division prosecutors are operating as a force multiplier, along with prosecutors and agents throughout the country. Since Russia's invasion, we have conducted multiple court-authorized takedowns of the GRUs and other Russian botnets and malware networks. For example, this includes the April 2022 Cyclops Blink operation to remove GRU malware from infected devices, successfully dismantling the GRU botnet and remediating thousands of infected devices which Russia could have deployed against Ukraine and its allies. In May of 2023, the department executed the court-authorized removal of the FSB's Snake malware from hundreds of computer systems in at least 50 countries, undermining the FSB's global espionage program. And just a few months ago, NSD's National Security Cyber Section spearheaded the court-authorized takedown of a network of hundreds of compromised routers that the GRU had set up as a successor to Cyclops Blink. Even as our cyber adversaries evolve and adjust their tactics, we are taking action to counter them every step of the way. We are also bringing this proactive posture to disrupting cyber-enabled foreign malign influence operations. Just yesterday, the Attorney General announced the department's doppelganger takedown. That operation seized 32 internet domains used by the Russian government and its proxies to impersonate legitimate U.S. and foreign media organizations and to perpetrate a covert campaign to interfere in the 2024 presidential election. This followed an action a few months ago to take down an AI-enhanced bot farm that Russian intelligence was also using to disseminate information and sow discord in the U.S. and elsewhere. So today I want to thank the U.S. Attorney Barron, and the prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland, and the FBI's Baltimore Field Office, the Milwaukee Field Office, and the Boston Field Office. Their dedication and partnership in disrupting this malicious activity illustrates the department's commitment to addressing national security and cybersecurity threats with action. And with that, let me turn it over to the U.S. Attorney.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Assistant Attorney General Olson. My name is Eric Barron. I serve as the United States Attorney for the District of Maryland. Today, we are demonstrating our commitment to protecting national security by any legal means necessary, with the unsealing of an indictment against 5 Russian military officers and 1 Russian national for their global malicious cyber operations around the world. On August 7th, the grand jury sitting in Baltimore, Maryland, issued a superseding indictment charging these 6 individuals with conspiracy to commit computer intrusion and wire fraud conspiracy. This indictment follows a June 25th indictment that charged Amin Stagal, a Russian national, with conspiracy to commit computer intrusion related to the Whispergate attacks on the Ukraine and elsewhere in 2022. The indictment alleges that these officers are a subset of Unit 29
freedom and
excuse me. What's this?
Kamala Harris is the first major party nominee in American history who fundamentally rejects freedom and embraces Marxism, communism, and fascism. You're learning about this, you'll find out nobody knew who she was.
He's so done. He's so dead. Whatever.
These individuals
Sad.
not only
Low
use
energy. Sad.
tools to scan for vulnerability 63 times on a Maryland, U.S.-based government agency, but they also scanned our allies throughout the world, including Ukrainian servers and servers in various other countries.
Tell me if they mention.
Then they used the Whispergate malware, deploying destructive computer intrusions against Ukraine and other allies. These compromised systems have no military-related role, including agriculture, education, science, emergency services, and they stole sensitive data, as you've heard, including health records. So we are acting because if you violate our laws, we will seek accountability. The public needs to know about the threat posed by cyber criminals, and these criminals need to know that their actions will not be ignored. We're accepting any and all information that protects the lives and furthers our national security interests. Rewards for Justice is a State Department program that now maintains a $10 million award related to each of these individuals. I want to thank the National Security Division and the FBI's Baltimore Field Office for its consistent and outstanding partnership. And I want to thank the FBI's Milwaukee and Boston Field Offices for their support, along with many of our international law enforcement partners. I also want to thank our team here at the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Maryland, including our Criminal Division Chief Alicia Washington, and Assistant United States Attorneys Aaron Zielinski and Bobby Golderis. Next, you'll hear from FBI Special Agent in Charge, Bill D'Albagno. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, U.S. Attorney Barron, for hosting us today. We thank you and Assistant Attorney General Olson for the collaboration, expertise, and hard work that brought us here. I'm Bill D'Albagno. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Baltimore Field Office. Today is about partnerships, commitment, and accountability. We are here, yes, to announce this indictment, but we're also equally here to highlight the international coordination and robust partnerships with our allies around the world. This type of cyber warfare will not be tolerated. The scope of Russia's crimes cannot be ignored. Ukraine, the United States, and 26 NATO countries were all targeted by this group of Russian military. We are aligned in our unified response, and we will collectively defend against Russia's aggressive and illegal actions. The FBI and our partners call this investigation Operation Toy Soldier.
What happened?
Through strokes on a keyboard, these criminals crossed over borders into countries, hunting to find weaknesses and seeking to harm. The Whispergate malware attack in January of 2022 could be considered the first shot of the war. The cyber criminals sent a message with their malware, telling Ukrainians to, quote, "Be afraid and expect the worst." A month later, Russia physically invaded the country. These 6 criminals aimed to cripple Ukraine's
Operation
government
Beanie Baby.
and critical infrastructure by targeting their finances, agriculture, emergency services, healthcare, and schools. These same criminals are accused of repeatedly targeting U.S. computer networks, including a government agency here in Maryland, scanning it more than 60 times for vulnerabilities. They committed fraud in the U.S. by illegally accessing bank accounts and using U.S. company to carry out their criminal acts. The FBI, along with our law enforcement partners and allies, will relentlessly hunt down and counter these threats. We have worked closely to thwart additional targeting by this group. The 6 Russians in this indictment are not advanced cyber masterminds, but are adept at exploiting vulnerabilities that countries and companies can guard against with simple steps. In conjunction with this indictment, the FBI and more than a dozen government partners and countries are issuing a joint cybersecurity advisory. It details exactly how these malicious cyber criminals carried out this attack and what can be done to prevent it. This indictment is the result of years of collaborating with our partners in dozens of different countries and law enforcement in Europe. We thank each of them for their diligence and dedication that led to today. As you've heard, there's a combined $60 million reward for information on these criminals' locations and their cyber crimes. To the Russian criminals, the world is watching. You do not carry out misdeeds in the dark. We are united in identifying, prosecuting, and protecting against future crimes. Thank you. And I'll now open it up for questions. And if you have questions that are directed to any one of us, please let us know.
If you could just state your name and your outlet before you ask the question, that'd be great.
Jessica Bad with Fox 45. I have 3 questions. The first one, you just said $60 million. Is it $10 million reward for each of them?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that they are in the country or out of the country? Do you know where they could be?
They're not believed to be in the country. There are steps that are going to be taken, though, in order to bring this indictment to fruition. And we will partner with Interpol in order to serve red notices and ensure that if they are in a location that can be affected, that we'll take those on.
Do you have an idea which country they are in?
These are Russian military, and I'll leave it at that. But to say that wherever they are, the important thing is that we are working with all our partners, our NATO partners, to protect against this type of action, but also to have the impact that we want to have with this indictment.
And then my very last question, can you say which U.S. companies or agencies have their computer systems implicated in this?
No, we wouldn't cover any victims in this announcement. It's important that we maintain their privacy in that.
You said that, sorry, Phil Yakovlevsky from WBAL Radio. You said that the USA government agency located everyone, they tried to get through 63 times. Were they able to get any information, or was it stopped? Was that part of how you sort of figured out who these folks were?
So, not necessarily getting into the investigative side, but scanning for vulnerabilities to try to identify ways to get into those companies or agencies is a manner in which overseas adversaries attempt to compromise the U.S. And what we do is we partner very closely with all our partner agencies and with all our partner countries in order to protect against those type of vulnerabilities. And in the Joint Cybersecurity Advisory, those steps are laid out as to how to best handle those type of vulnerabilities, but also the potential for those type of scannings as well.
And you said that Ukrainians had their personal information taken or stolen. Do you have any reason to believe that Americans might be affected by this, the average citizen?
I don't have reason to believe that. As you mentioned, these.
Can you explain what Tim Pool did wrong? Doesn't Destiny get paid for being pro-Israeli? Yeah, but Destiny getting paid by pro-Israel is fine because he discloses it, right? That's the difference. So he discloses his payments from the Jewalumni and from the Juminati and from whatever Netanyahu's laundry money, and also because you can't criticize someone. Like, the difference is that if the DOJ goes after Destiny for taking funding from the state of Israel, then Destiny can just get the DOJ people arrested for anti-Semitism. So it's just like you're comparing apples to oranges.
To Americans across the U.S., to our NATO allies, to understand that these vulnerabilities need to be protected, and that the potential of your personal information is the job of the FBI and our partners to help protect that.
Jeff Hager with WMAR-TV. If these weren't really cyber masterminds, even if you scooped up all 6 and paid the reward, what's to keep Russia from just pushing another 6 people into their place and filling that void? What keeps Russia from doing this?
Well, part of the indictment is also to impose risk and consequences to the actions that are being taken. And really, if there's a message that could also be delivered, it's to those that would potentially backfill those individuals. This isn't a place where they should seek to use their skills. It's not a place that we want them to be employed, and they should consider elsewhere, because this indictment, while it goes to Interpol, as I mentioned, if nothing else, landlocks these individuals into Russia, where they may be, or has them looking over their shoulders at any given time. So perhaps those that are considering this as a future employment or ways to have their cyber skill set, perhaps it discourages them from doing that.
Can I try?
Yes.
That's right.
If I may, to answer your question, and a little bit, totally agree with the special agent in charge and as to why we bring this case and why we bring cases like this. First and foremost, it is to hold these individuals accountable. As Bill said, they are marked people now. We know who they are. There's a reward on their head, and we're going to pursue them relentlessly. So that's reason one. Reason two is to expose the techniques they've used, because when we put these techniques and tools that they've used into our indictment and we say we're going to back this up with evidence in a courtroom, that shows not only the Russians, but it shows our private sector partners on how to protect themselves. And then finally, the message is clear to the GRU and to the Russians. We are on to you. We penetrated your systems. The FBI, the Department of Justice, will be relentless in pursuing you. And so you better pay attention to the fact that we have gotten to you and we are in your system. So that sends a very strong deterrent message, and we've seen that message take hold in other cases like this. So that's why we bring these cases.
I have a question. Kate Amara from WBAL TV from the Can't Hurt to Ask file. I know you said you weren't going to talk specifically about victims, but the sheer number of federal agencies in our state begs the question: should people be worried that their, Social Security information, health information? We have Walter Reed, we have NIH, we have the FDA, and yes, we have the NSA. Should people be worried that their private information was part of this? And my second question: the private company that unknowingly had their servers used, did they report it to the feds, or did you tell that company that they were being used? And what's the lesson there for every other company out there?
I'm going to turn it over to the U.S. Attorney on the specifics of the case. I will just say before I do so that every federal agency, every private sector entity, is at some risk in this current environment where cybersecurity just has to be a paramount concern, and that's why we work so hard.
Thanks for the $3. I know, not going to read that one out though. Thanks.
They face sharing threat information with them, and again, when we have a case like this, bringing the case to bring the perpetrators to justice.
Sure, just to follow up, and we can't get into...
Did you use beg the question wrong? Oh, no one uses beg the question properly. It just means raises the question. Well.
Dozens of scans for vulnerabilities through this Maryland-based U.S. government agency and others throughout the world. It's something that our partners, our private sector partners, the public in general should know. Whether or not personally identifiable information was exposed, that's not a part of this indictment, but certainly as a general matter, the message here is prevention and intervention. And the message by this announcement is that there are many cyber criminals out there, some sponsored by states, some state and country sponsored cyber criminals who are out to expose and get at either a government or company's information or our own individual information. And so that we should all be very vigilant in taking the necessary steps, recommended steps, best practices, so to speak, to protect our information.
And quickly, are you able to say which came first? Did the private company alert you, or did you alert them that they were being scanned?
Right, again, that's kind of outside the indictment and part of our investigation, but again, part of this announcement is that is one way that we as law enforcement are able to connect the dots, so to speak, in an investigation. When we have those public-private sector partnerships, we need businesses out there, companies out there to report when things happen. We need them to be vigilant about their cybersecurity infrastructure and collaborate with us and with one another. And that way we can gather evidence and bring an indictment such as this.
Thanks, everybody. If you didn't get to ask a question, you can just direct them to me and Angie over there.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, they're not that important then, are they? Cool. That was, they need better, they need hype people. They need to give their statements to hype men. Obama. Not enough hype. Let's go back to it.
Of humanity. They need to stop. I don't know that Donald Trump averts the crisis. I can certainly tell you that it's the better option, and heaven help us. Russia at any moment could begin using nuclear artillery or tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine to stop the incursion into Kursk. I'm hoping they don't. I got a few hopes. One is that Russia is just pathetic and cowardly and just gives up. It's all over. They get invaded and they just cry and whine about it. Not that I like what's happening with the war and the conflict on either side. The point is, whatever ends the war, maybe Donald Trump gets elected, tells Ukraine it's over, and Russia and Ukraine stop. But so long as Democrats are in power, they are going to exacerbate this problem.
Again, Russia's red lines for nuclear weapons are like if the state's like about to get fucking destroyed, like if the army's lost or whatever. Like it's not. There are reasons that Russia has had what they call their sovereign territory attacked and pushed into and taken away from them since the beginning of this war, right? And they haven't used nukes. Like it's saber rattling. Fuck.
Eventually retaliate. There's no reality where Russia sits back and says, ladies and gentlemen, we've lost. Pack it in, boys. We're fleeing, heading east. No way. There's no reality in which Ukraine continues the incursion and Russia just says, guess we lose an oblast. Basically like a state. No, if it comes down to the point of true desperation, Putin says, low-yield nuclear artillery, flatten them, send a message. Low-yield nuclear artillery. This means they're launching them from ground-based artillery, firing weapons with a large blast radius, but not quite near what we're going to see with ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles. And that begins, my friends, the nuclear escalation. Heaven help us if Russia actually feels like Moscow would fall, if we ever get to that point. Because then it's ICBMs. Europe will be a pancake. I hope it doesn't go there. A lot of people have optimism bias and normalcy bias. They don't believe it's possible. They think that it'll never happen. Putin will never use these weapons. You do not get to go on the media every day and say Putin is a despot, psychopath, tyrant, and then try and tell me the man will not use nuclear weapons. Pick one, because it can't be both. Either he is a psychopathic tyrant who will do anything to stay in power, or he's a pathetic, spineless guy.
A part of staying in power is probably him not turning off the last shreds of support that he has left in the world by using nuclear weapons on Ukraine. That's actually part of his way of keeping power. But nuclear artillery is real. It's like you launch tactical nukes from the ground. But okay.
Coward. Which one? If he is the despot you claim him to be, he will absolutely say, I will not give up power, and you will not pry it unless you do for my cold, dead hands. Vladimir Putin, to me, comes off as a person who would absolutely use nuclear weapons. We may get there by other means. 126 nations meet with alliance, the BRICS nations. That's Brazil, Russia, India, China.
How does this even work? So anytime any nuclear power decides they want to grab territory from a smaller country next to them, they can just do it because you can't help them because you're prompting nuclear war. All they have to do is convince people like Tim Pool that they're mental enough to use nuclear weapons. And that's it. All they have to do is is convince Tim Pool that their testosterone levels are high enough that they'll use nuclear weapons, and Tim Pool will defend their right to invade whoever the fuck they're invading.
In South Africa. Around 126 nations will attend a BRICS municipal conference.
Remember, by the Russian constitution, Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea are all Russian territory. They are all just as Russian as Moscow by Russia's constitution. And they have not launched nukes to defend those areas. So, bruh.
all showing interest in joining the bloc and ditching the
fuck
US
is this
dollar.
news source he's watching?
The queue to join BRICS is getting...
Watcher.guru. What is this? Enter coin name. Is this like a crypto site? It is a crypto site. He's getting his news from a fucking crypto site. Okay. Well done to him. Banger.
Longer, developing countries are expressing their interest in joining the alliance. The BRICS countries, Sixth International Municipal Forum, IMF, that's funny how they're calling it IMF, will take place in Moscow between August 27th and 28th, which was already long past. Mostly developing countries hailing from Asia, Africa, South America, and Eastern Europe shared initial interest in joining the bloc. The newfound ambition is to strengthen their local currencies and not be dependent on the US dollar for trade, as they have been for some time. The event will include more than 70 business events and a large-scale exhibition showcasing the annual international exhibitions, Digitech, and mechanical engineering strategies and technologies. Almost half of the world shows interest in joining the BRICS and dethroning the US dollar. That's the end, man. Let me break it down for you. What is the U.S. economy based on? It's called the petrodollar. If you want to buy oil, you use U.S. dollars. We had an alliance, an agreement with Saudi Arabia. I should say we had an agreement with them on the petrodollar deal where they would only accept dollars for oil for 50 years. That deal ended. They're now trading in other currencies. We forced other countries, literally forced, to use the U.S. dollar to buy oil. So if you are, let's call it oil land, a small Middle Eastern nation, and you produce oil. If you want to sell it on the first, it has to go on the international market, available to all, and you can only trade in dollars. That means because of what the U.S. demands, you're accepting U.S. dollars for this, or else. Oh, we know what happens to countries that try to get off the dollar. When Gaddafi or Saddam Hussein said we want to trade elsewhere, euros or dinars, we saw what happened. Let's say you're a small nation.
That's not why Gaddafi got attacked, because he was threatening to wipe out his entire opposition. He was literally rolling the fucking military towards the Benghazi to fucking blast them to hell, and said he would do. He said there's a bunch where sewer rats. Not because of the fucking dollar. Shut the fuck up.
Called,
it's a tanky talking point. Yeah, it is.
Silverland. You don't make a lot of oil, but you got a lot of silver. So you need that oil to get the silver. What do? Well, your country first must buy U.S. dollars. You need to trade your currency for U.S. dollars so that you can buy oil. So you go to the U.S. and you say, we're going to do 100 silver coins in exchange for, $2,000. That way we can buy oil. Random number, right? Then with the dollars, they buy oil. The U.S. then has...
because he's just riffing off of this completely false premise, but okay. Well, I'll just let him go then. Why not?
Silverland currency that they can spend in Silverland and buy whatever they want. What did the U.S. do to get access to this currency? Nothing. They printed the money. There's inflation, interest rates. They just make it and say, okay, give us your currency and we'll let you have the oil. For Silverland to have money to actually get the oil, they must export something of value so that their economy is strong and you have something that is worth buying. Other people have that's worth buying.
What does this have to do with? Okay. He didn't really talk about Russia and Ukraine that much at all, did he? He just kind of exhausted his knowledge on that and then just went into weird fucking like crypto bro econ. Okay. Huh. The video with the map was uploaded 13 days ago. Yeah, I know where the video is. It's on, it's here, isn't it? The full stream is on Timcast IRL. Because I think he puts his full streams up here, doesn't he? Does he? I thought he did. I thought the full episodes went up here. Oh, well, I don't care. Timcast. Did we watch this? Is this just the same video?
We've got huge news. Huge news from Politico. Ukraine's
this is a different one.
incursion into Russia could change everything, Mark Kelly says. This really set Putin back on his heels. He said of Russia's president. It really depends if China is ready to engage, to take Taiwan, and they want to go to war. If China stands back and lets this happen, I don't know what Russia can do, but Ukraine has invaded Russia.
Damn.
I think this is the scariest outcome we could have seen. Hindustan Times,
Aggressor
not that I think it's the
Ukraine.
greatest source or whatever. NATO rift over Ukraine Kursk's incursion exposed. Italian deputy prime.
Not my favorite source. I much prefer crypto update websites.
Minister warns West of World War III. Yeah. Here we go. Telegram.
But Gaddafi got attacked by NATO because he tried to leave the dollar. Fuck me.
Ref. World War III is closer than anyone dare admit. I mean, I've been talking about it. Ukraine has invaded Russia. Let's pull this up. Let's pull up the map here. We're grabbing it. And
he's got a map.
Kursk.
Yes.
Russia.
If he draws arrows on the map, I'll be so happy.
This is Ukraine invading Russian territory. Let me close this, drop this in. Okay. Kursk. Here's the map. Here's Ukraine, and they have invaded this territory of Russia. It's kind of hard to see, but here's the border of Ukraine. They've now invaded Russia. I mean, we saw this coming. Do you think Russia is just going to sit back and say, Western forces are invading our country, we're going to do nothing? They've lost their minds. You vote for Kamala Harris, my friends. Don't be surprised if your sons are drafted. Don't be surprised if your daughters are drafted. The Democratic Party wants to expand the draft to women. All of these single cat ladies.
This is what the Democrats want. This is what Democrats want.
For the Western war machine. You know why?
Bro.
If you are a parent, if you're a woman who's pregnant, they're not sending you to fight. If you're a woman who has a young child, they can't send you to fight. If you're a young man, bye. You're first in line. Harry Sisson's going to be on the front.
Does he think there's going to be a draft for Ukraine? Is that what he suggested? What the fuck, man? When was the last time America had the draft? Vietnam. There's no draft for Iraq. What's this? This is just his Twitter feed. Okay, I don't care. Seen that.
Front lines. I'm not kidding. They're going to have him do some kind of PR role, frontline stuff if it really comes down to the draft. He's young enough. He's perfect for it. If World War III really does kick off, if Russia does expand this conflict.
I guess Civil War got boring. You know, Civil Wars gets a bit stale when you say it 40 million times over the period of a few years. So you have to switch it up now. Your viewers might get bored. World War III. Let's go.
And then, look.
What if World War III happens whilst America's in a civil war? Oh, no. That's not even want to know.
I can give you a scenario. Let's jump back to the map.
Let's go look map.
Kursk gets invaded.
Okay.
Russia, here's a strategy. And I'm saying Russia could have a simple strategy.
Oh, okay.
How do you force Ukraine to back off from the Kursk region?
Nukes.
You attack Latvia. You've got Kaliningrad right here, this chunk right here.
What? He's so stupid. He's so unbelievably fucking stupid. What? From Kaliningrad? How does that work? The border from Russia to Latvia is there. This is a Russian border. It's Kaliningrad. Are they going to sail around? Why leave Lithuania? They're going to attack Latvia. Why? How can someone say this and have an audience? It's unbelievable. It's fucking unbelievable. It's so despicable. Latvia. They're going to attack what? NATO?
Here on the Baltic. This is Russia. Kaliningrad right here is a Russian oblast that is not connected to Russia. It is bordered to the north by Lithuania and to the south by Poland. They could launch an incursion from Kaliningrad into Lithuania.
Oh,
In fact,
Lithuania.
they could attack Lithuania from the south and Latvia from the east.
Okay.
It'd be a massive expansion, but it would force Ukraine or NATO to reassess.
Why? Yeah, okay, Ukraine. Your country's getting invaded, and another country somewhere else gets invaded, and you're like, wait, hang on. Wait, you mean Russia that are like struggling to conscript people as it is, and are having to conscript lower and lower down the fucking capability ladder, didn't actually even divert forces into the Kursk region. They just let them go for the most part because they didn't want to take the potential bait of them leaving places that they dug in the middle of Ukraine. The amount of diversion Russia would have to do to fight on the Ukrainian front, the Kaliningrad-Lithuania front, and the Russia-Latvia front, not knowing what NATO's going to do, they're going to move a shit ton. The only way they do that is they move people out of Ukraine. And they move resources that could go into the Ukraine war away. And then Ukraine's like, Russia is now fighting on 2 more fronts. You know what? Maybe we should give them some Shut the fuck up, Tim. Why? You're not even doing good propaganda. It's not even like he just made this up. He just got stoned the night before. I just came up with this on the shitter.
Now, I don't know that Russia could handle by itself going up against all of the Western powers.
Yeah,
the question
but they can easily attack 2 of them. You know, they can just attack 2 NATO countries and expect that'll get Ukraine to what? Reassess their position on the bargaining table? Like the fuck?
Becomes, how does Turkey handle this? The question then becomes, what does China think?
Oh.
Russia's huge.
Okay.
If China enters the fray,
joining
Russia, taking Taiwan, splitting U.S. forces, welcome to World War III. Not to mention, we've already got a crisis in the Middle East. You've got the Houthi rebels in the Red Sea attacking shipping lanes. Saudi Arabia, Yemen.
Is he just talking about conflicts that are happening now? And that's not even to mention, you got, move the map over, you got the Western Sahara. My viewers don't even know anything about the Western Sahara. They don't even know that's a real thing. You've got Hezbollah in Lebanon. You've got you got Venezuela edging towards Guyana. I'm telling you, man, it's done. It's done. You got Sudan. Yeah? Should we just name some more countries? Don't even name countries right now. Don't forget Myanmar. Don't forget conflicts that have happened in the past as well. Don't forget Chechnya. That's in Russia. That's another front. You can open a new front in Chechnya. Azerbaijan. Don't forget Bosnia and the Serbs. Don't forget Alexander the Great. Julius Caesar. You never know when they're making a comeback.
You've got Iran. Things are heating up. And I think that I fear. I don't know. I fear.
Yeah, you don't know.
We will have.
You fear a lot. You don't know. Yes, true. Yes. You probably don't fear either. You like sell fear for rubles. Fucking twat.
Full-scale war before the election.
Oh, okay. That's a Tim Pool prediction. Okay. Full-scale war before the election. Okay. Okay. Tim Pool prediction. You heard it here, okay? Let's note this down so we don't forget. He doesn't know, okay? But he's happy enough to float the idea. Tim Pool predicts full-scale war Ukraine before the fuck. All right. Where's the timestamp? I just want to keep a record, okay? 4:17. Timestamp. Fucking beanie brain.
I mean, I feel like it would result in Trump winning, but this is their failsafe. The military-industrial complex, they call it.
Oh, yeah, don't forget those guys.
Wants the war. If Donald Trump becomes president and the war is already on, it will be very, very difficult to stop. And Trump may have no choice but to say, we're going to see this through. We can't stop now. I think Trump will attempt to bring peace. But I do believe that Democrats will try to make this war happen before anyone can change office. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation.
The Democrats will try to escalate the war so they can stay in office. Bro, you are so delusional. You are so fucking stupid. Oh God, I hate him so much. He's actually, because again, you know what? I was walking through the park one time. It's like over a year ago. And I saw this guy on a bench, this little dude just like watching, he was watching Tim Pool on his phone. No headphones or anything. You could hear the audio. I'm like, he looked like a normal guy. But I'm like, Tim, you are selling this shit to real human beings. Like, clearly intellectually vulnerable human beings. These are human beings. He's found the only 1.28 million people on Earth who are who are more retarded than he is, and more paranoid than he is, because that's the only kind of person who would watch this fucking content. For what? Like, fuck.
The Arizona Democrat said 130,000 Russians have had to leave their homes at this point in the conflict. I think the Ukrainians did something unpredictable that could really change the tide of how this conflict is going to play out. At the time of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there were fears that if Ukraine and its allies expanded into Russian territory, a regional or global conflict could break out. The war, however, has largely settled into a stalemate, at least until Ukraine's forces crossed into the Kursk region in Russian territory.
Yeah, counteroffensive. Let's go.
It's simple. Low-yield tactical nukes. Russia is not going to tolerate
He's so funny,
its city being evacuated.
He's such a fucking child. This is like a child's analysis.
How long until Russia says 100 kilotons? We'll keep it small. End Kiev. That ends the war overnight. I don't know that we'll see that we see that right away. I think what we see first.
Does it? Remember, one of the reasons, there are many reasons, one of the reasons Ukrainians don't stop fighting is because they know what happens when they surrender. They know what happened when they lost territory in Izium or in Bucha. Like, is it Bucha or Bucha? I don't know, Bucha. Mariupol. They know what happens in these places. They know that they end up in mass graves. So the Russians haven't exactly sent a very good faith message. They have sent the message that if you give up, we will fuck you and we'll kill you, right? Yeah. You'll die anyway. You might as well fight. That's kind of what that says.
First is likely
Bucha, okay.
going to be low-yield nuclear artillery, flattening the eastern region of Ukraine, just wiping out some key areas. If Russia uses any kind of actual higher-yield nuclear weapon, then it's World War III and they know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress again.
Don't forget to be incensed, Tim. It's good for the effects. Dwayne, thanks for the $5 and the other $5. Remember the Alamo. Remember the 5th of November. Hey.
Again, one of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
Wow.
They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong. I know you've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine.
Yeah, the people who still got context for this clip, the context is dog shit. He's just said, what, Russia, they're either going to expand the front and divert a bunch of troops out of Ukraine towards Lithuania and Latvia to make Ukraine reconsider their position for some reason. And then also nukes. That's all he's got. He's just a child. All he can talk about is nukes.
Is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, triggering this conflict. Ukraine is the greatest threat.
What? Does he not know the timeline of this? Bro!
To this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize to Russia. Vladimir Putin's a bad guy. Not a good dude, don't like him. But for what reason are we now allowing Ukrainian forces to invade Russia?
It's so fucking fake.
Russia's only recourse, if they lose the Kursk region, is going to be just...
The problem is that they have less to negotiate with. That's the problem for Russia now.
Bombing Ukraine.
Oh, okay.
They cannot win. But by the graces of Russia does Ukraine continue. Because Russia has nukes.
Wow.
Russia is deciding not to flatten Ukraine. If Russia decides right now that an invasion into their territory is too much, and so they decide to just carpet bomb or nuke Ukraine, it's over. Maybe that's what NATO wants. Justification for entering the war and scaling things up and starting World War III. World War III being the excuse by which they can rush into Russia, destroy their government. Putin's in between a rock and a hard place.
Is that the plan?
What's he going to do? Allow NATO to expand on its border?
Oh, yeah?
Literally invade its territory? It did. Will China intervene on behalf of Russia?
Yes, this is the same U.S. government that won't let Ukraine use U.S. weapons in Russia, yes.
Things are getting crazy. At first, we heard that the Ukrainians were firing rockets into this region. And they said it's because Russians were attacking them from this territory. Now they've invaded and triggered an evacuation. On Sunday, host Margaret Brennan asked Kelly if he was comfortable with American weapons being used on Russian soil. I am at this point, Kelly said. The Ukrainians were illegally attacked by Vladimir Putin. He's intentionally killing women, children, old people. It was an illegal invasion. Illegal? It's an invasion. This incursion. And let's characterize it that way for now.
Okay.
I don't think the Ukrainians want to intentionally hold Russian territory for a long period of time. But this really set Putin back on his heels. No, it didn't. Putin's allowing it to happen. That's the reality. He's
allowing it to happen in the sense that he doesn't want to divert troops away from Ukraine. Because Russia doesn't have infinite military capabilities. There's a limit somewhere. Is he? Okay. He's letting it happen because he thinks it's bait. He thinks it's bait to divert Russian troops away from Ukraine so that Ukraine can take back territory in their own country, right? Yeah,
allowing it to happen. I will stress this again. At any point, Vladimir Putin could scale up the weapons that he's using, and he can say, 10 kilotons, flatten. Flatten this region. Not Kursk. Flatten, I don't know, Donetsk. What are we looking at?
What are we
Likely
looking at?
where they're invading from, here's Kursk. From Sumy. Flatten them. He can literally
random town.
just flatten the rural areas outside of it.
Okay.
He can destroy any means by which vehicles could transport through, and he can say, cut them off. Tactical or nuclear.
If you want to go by this argument, then you just say, okay, let's say Putin gets all of Ukraine. Let's say Putin gets all the territory back from Kursk because he threatened nukes. Okay, fine. What if he says now, okay, I want Kherson. I got nukes. Well, don't want to get nuked. Don't want World War III. Just give it to him. Well, what if he says he wants Kyiv? He's got nukes. You can apply this logic all the way until Putin is in fucking Portugal building ships to prepare the Russian armada to take over the United States. Like, it's not a good argument. You don't let people get things that they want because they made nuclear threats. It's really fucking stupid.
Their artillery. I mean, the reality is this, my fear. Vladimir Putin nukes Kiev with a 100-kiloton bomb and says it ends today. The people of Russia won't tolerate this. But I got to tell you, there's another reality here. Putin may be very happy that they invaded Kursk. It's going to allow him to mobilize a war effort. He may be sitting back being like, thank God they finally did it. Now he goes on TV and says, NATO, the United States, through Ukraine, have attacked and invaded our country, displacing 130,000 people. He might then say, my fellow Russians, you must mobilize. We need weapons manufacturing. We need resources. We need food. The war has been brought to us. If you sit back, the West will destroy us. And this is going to ignite the people of Russia. This may be what Putin was hoping for.
The Russian media downplayed the attack. Yeah, Tim Pool doesn't know anything, okay? All he's read is that Ukraine pushed into Kursk. That's all he knows. Everything else is riffing, okay? And he also remembered from the last time he read about this that Russia has nukes, right? That's it. Yeah, that's the only bits of information he knows.
So then, with the mass mobilization, they go in and crush Ukraine. If it really did escalate to that point, I fear Putin would then bomb Kiev. You know why? Because ain't no European nation is going. What did they say? Which city was it in Poznan? I think it was. Might have been.
That Richard Hoffman, thanks for the $5. That table pounding looks familiar. Is he auditioning for the job of Solovyov's Mini-Me? Good one.
Some EU parliamentary member says, no one is going to sacrifice New York for Poznan, Polish city. If Vladimir Putin really was to nuke a Polish city, there would be no dramatic mutually assured destruction escalation.
Is there any more analysis about this apart from nukes, Tim?
If Putin were to attack Kiev with a 100-kiloton bomb, flattening city center, just decimating their center of central governance, is NATO really going to scale this up? I do think that if Putin were to drop a nuke on Ukraine, Democrats would be in trouble because a lot of people in this country are going to blame them. They're going to say, Ukraine, if we did not support it, a country we have nothing to do with, Russia would have come in and taken the land, but that would be the end of it. The escalation's crazy, man. I don't know what else to tell you. Invasion? What invasion? Putin is downplaying Ukraine's Kursk offensive. Sure. Atlantic Council.
Sure. That completely dismisses everything else I said about Russia's position on the invasion, about them using it to escalate. Sure. Why not?
Kelly added, since the invasion now over 2 years ago, we have, periodically, as we should reevaluate, how we're going to conduct ourselves with regards to Ukraine. As soon as Ukraine invaded Russia, the U.S. should have cut off all funding. But the point is, Ukraine's a vassal state of the United States. Wow. Russia knows this. We are being dragged into that war. I'll leave it there. Smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. You can follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. Subscribe if you didn't already. Thanks for hanging out. Next segment will be at 8 p.m. at youtube.com/TimCastIRL. And we'll see you all then.
Don't forget to buy your gunpowder. Gunpowder coffee. Go! What's the name of the video? That video is this. Holy shit. It's unbelievable. Again, it's to think that there are people who that's what they watch and believe. I don't know. I can't get my head around it. How many days do we have left? Not many, apparently. Apparently the end times are finally coming. The campaign managers on the Trump-Harris debate debated on Piers Morgan's show. What? Interesting. Huh. Do I really want to... I'm kind of tempted to see what Sitch and Adam are saying about it, because they're streaming about now. It's that the lack of due diligence is so fucking hilarious. I'm trying to think where, but there's also Rabbi Shmuley and Candace Owens debating the Holocaust. So, we have many options. Oh no. No, I want to do this campaign manager debate. That sounds fun. It's quite short as well. It's 21 minutes.
Being able to get into a room with Donald.
Think this guy is Trump Vance.
Everybody knows Donald Trump is tough. He's the boss of bosses.
He was a toddler, and he threw a temper tantrum after he lost a fair election.
Why was Kamala Harris incapable of being able to get into a room with Donald Trump, the president?
Most of the American people don't really know which Kamala Harris is going to show up on the debate stage.
This is just ridiculous.
True. Will it be the black one or the Indian one?
We all know him, that his biggest flaw is that he's a perfectionist. I mean, do you read his bleats? He doesn't even spell things correctly.
This debate is going to be the first time the American people are actually going to see Kamala Harris. It's shameful, and the media should be held accountable for it.
Piers, I gotta tell you, that was one of the most absurd interviews I've ever had to watch in my life.
In just a few days, former President Trump will face Vice President Kamala Harris in a live televised debate.
Oh, let's go.
90-minute showdown on ABC will be the first time the two candidates have ever faced off, and it could have massive implications for the frantic final months of the campaign. Pollster Frank Luntz reckons the winner of the debate will win the presidential election. There have been weeks of frenzied speculation about muted mics, notepads, lecterns, and rules, but whatever the rules end up being, how are the campaigns preparing to win? Well, Corey Lewandowski, who was Trump's campaign manager in 2016, when, of course, Trump won the presidency, has rejoined the team, and he joins me now with the inside track. Well, hopefully. Corey, great to see you again.
Thanks for having me.
It's been a while.
Don't trust this guy. There's way too much. The boundary between his neck and his head is just way too diffuse. I don't trust people like this.
Talked to you a lot in 2016. I remember the very early days of the Trump campaign. It was basically Donald Trump, you, Hope Hicks, the press secretary, and Keith Schiller, the bodyguard. That was it, the gang of four.
That was the whole thing.
Yeah, and I mean, just to start, given I haven't spoken to you for quite a few years now, but when you think back to those early days in 2015, from when he first announced he was running, and no one gave him a chance. I was one of the few people out there going, I think he's going to win. And people would openly laugh at me. Did you believe, when you were with him with that very small but very dedicated team, did you believe he was going to win in 2016?
You know, Pierce, I knew he was going to win. And I knew it when I went to an event with him in my home state of New Hampshire. And I'd been to hundreds, if not thousands, of events in New Hampshire. One of the first events we ever did, we showed up at a VFW hall in the middle of the summer. There were probably 700 people inside, and literally the people were standing on the roof, and they came out and they started shaking the car like they were seeing the Beatles. And I couldn't understand fully at the time what was going on. They were so excited just to see him and to have a non-politician get into the race. When I saw that, I said, we have something special, and then it became a movement.
Wow.
I remember another moment, which was when the Pope appeared to criticize Donald Trump
They're so
building the wall and criticizing quite openly.
They're just a couple of suckers.
Trump's response was extraordinary, actually, because he came back and said, well, last time I checked, worse than this effect, there's a wall around the Vatican protecting the Pope. And he gave it, back as hard as he got it. And I remember you saying to me at the time, for someone to stand up to the Pope is quite a big deal.
Oh, is this the Putin clip? It's like a joke, isn't it?
Поэтому, если у него было бы какой-то у нас, значит, фаворитом, если можно так сказать, был действующий президент, господин Байден, вот он, его сняли с гонки, но он рекомендовал всем своим, значит, сторонникам поддержать госпожу Харрис. Ну вот и мы тоже так сделаем, будем ее поддерживать. Это, во-первых, а во-вторых...
Раззавещали, значит, надо, да?
Вот. А во-вторых, она так
oh my
выразительно...
God, they're so soy, man. What the average Russian fucking Putin supporter?
И заразительно смеется, что...
It's just so weird. I can't get my head around it. All right.
But it showed you how fearless Donald Trump is. And of course, he's, as we've seen with the assassination attempt, he is, when it comes to it, pretty fearless.
He is. And listen, I think the American people have seen him as the greatest counterpuncher ever. And look, I'm a Catholic, right? So going after the Pope to me was kind of, very, very tough. But we were in South Carolina at the time. And he said, what's the population of Catholics here in the States? Is this going to hurt me? I said, it's 11%, sir. He said, it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It's the right thing to do. And we're going to hit back. And then, Pierce, there's some things you can't teach, and you've known Donald Trump a long time. After he gets shot in the ear, he stands up, not because he had rehearsed this or because anybody thought this could happen. He says, fight, fight, fight.
Because he wanted a photo op, you fucking idiot. All right.
And this is a man who has been in the arena. You hear often the man who enters the arena, the man who's going to get into the ring to fight. Everybody knows that he is a fighter. What most of the American people don't see, but you have, is how generous he is privately. how magnanimous he is behind the scenes, how gracious he is to his friends and his family once you get to know him, and how big of a heart he has. And so I think that as this campaign goes forward, part of what my job really wants to be is to show the American people the Donald Trump I've gotten to know over the last decade, not just a tough guy that everybody knows has been shot, stood up, and continues to fight, but that special man who has that big heart that he really wants to implore to the American people.
But that's
of what
really
he wants to
interesting.
do.
It's interesting you say that, Corey, because that, many people say that Donald Trump's, biggest problem is himself, that he sometimes just can't help doing stuff which is self-harming. And I think there's no doubt that he does that. It's all part
God,
of...
Tim Pool fans are fucking fuming in my in my Twitter replies. Oh my God. Buying the government's Russia lies, gullible loser. Oh no. Fucking idiot ass pedophile loving fuck it cock sucking shit stain on Pedo Joe's underwear. Holy shit.
Of his makeup. But all those characteristics which you just highlighted, which I have seen privately, he was incredibly loyal to me when I left CNN, for example, when most Americans just, cut me off their contacts list and moved on to the next one. Donald Trump stayed in touch and was genuinely interested in what I was going to do next. And I remember that. So he's got a lot of qualities. Also, when I did the Assembly Apprentice, when you sit opposite someone for hours every night for weeks on end, they can't hide what they're really like. And he showed a lot of empathy in that environment. He was very gracious to the women, for example, I remember, etc., etc. But he hides a lot of that stuff from his political persona. And I'm curious why you think he does that and how you're going to persuade him after 8 years as a politician to open up to that side of himself, because I think it would help him, but he doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, because he lost an election 4 years ago and he's still not over it. Sorry. Yeah, he's never going to... You're not going to get any positivity out of him in the next 2 months. Like, it's not happening.
Look, everybody knows Donald Trump is tough. Whether he's negotiating against Xi Jinping or he's standing up to Vladimir Putin or whatever it is.
Or he's saluting the North Korean military.
Everyone knows he's tough. He's the boss of bosses. That everybody knows. But, Pierce, we had him in a setting just last week in Wisconsin with the former Congresswoman from Hawaii, Tulsi Gabbard, where she sat there and asked him questions in a town hall format. And these questions were heartfelt. She talked about her experience with IVF, not something that we often talk about on the campaign trail. He listened intently and then had the opportunity to answer questions from people in the audience who were struggling. That's where I want to see Donald Trump continue to go. The rallies are amazing. We've seen so many of them, the tens of thousands of people who turn out to support him.
Did you cover the arrests of British journalists for supporting Hamas? No, I did not. I haven't even heard of that. What the fuck? Right.
But those special moments when he goes over and he talks to someone and he listens intently and then tells that person what he's going to do to make their lives better, that's something that I want to continue to portray. He's doing a town hall tonight with Sean Hannity. But more than that, I think as this campaign progresses over the next 9 weeks, you'll see those very regularly, Donald Trump's opportunity to interact with everyday Americans and hear what their plights are and what he can do to fix it.
What are his biggest faults?
Well, look, his biggest fault is he's always right, which he is most of the time.
Come on, Corey, that's not a fault.
But here's the other thing:
being always right is not a fault. Come on, you know him better than anyone. You've outlined his qualities. What are the fault lines for him?
He's a tremendous perfectionist, and he demands perfection from everybody else around him, and that puts an enormous stress on the team. And that's okay, because I think he deserves that perfection. And I don't ask anybody on this team to work harder than Donald Trump. I just ask them to work as hard as he does. And you know this. He's up early. He's working all the time. There's no off switch on Donald Trump. We flew back after RFK Jr. endorsed him from the West Coast, and we didn't land till about 3 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. And he said, okay, let's meet at 7 a.m. tomorrow and let's get going again. For many people, they can't maintain that level of intensity, but that's all he knows is intensity all the time.
This debate is going to be massive, as the last one was. The last one was historically consequential. Joe Biden pulled out after it because he was so useless in that debate, and it was embarrassing to watch. How's Donald Trump going to play it against Kamala Harris? They've never debated before. It seems to me that...
I think this is because people are talking about how the indictment shows Tim Pool wasn't aware of what happened. This is the paragraph about Tim Pool's curiosity about what happened, okay? So on or about February 22nd, 2023, Founder One emailed Persona One, so this is Lauren emailing whoever, that Founder One had spoken with Commentator 2, Tim, who is happy with the licensing arrangement that was discussed on Commentator 2's call with Edward Gregorian. Founder 1 continued, however, that Commentator 2 still would like to know more about the company and who he'll be working with. Then, apparently, Founder 1 had assured Commentator 2 that as we finalize the contract and begin working to put his show together and coordinate the launch, everyone will have time to get to know each other better and feel less like strangers. Like, the indictment suggests that Tim Pool is a sucker, right? Like... Anyway.
That since Biden quit, Trump has slightly struggled to work out the best way to attack Kamala Harris. Well, for 90 minutes, it's him and her. Has he worked out the correct strategy, do you think?
Did Lauren Chen know the money was coming from the Russians? Yes, completely. Like, according to the indictment, she knew 100%, and she had worked for RT before. Yeah, she knew. She has emails and Discord messages calling them the Russians. Yeah, she knew.
Well, Pierce, what's amazing
like,
is...
she's the one who is the most fucked right now because she was handling the payments between Russia and the fucking... between the Russians and the creators.
That these two individuals have never met. That goes to show you just how ineffective she was as a
They've
United
never
States
actually
Senator.
met.
Look, I think the only time they've ever been in the same room is when she attended the State of the Union speeches that he delivered when he was the president. That goes to show how ineffective she's been as a U.S. Senator. No interaction in bipartisan negotiations on a number of major issues, including providing the largest tax cut in American history. She was nowhere to be found. So we're going to see what that looks like. And here's what it comes down to, Pierce. Most of the American people don't really know which Kamala Harris is going to show up on the debate stage. Is it going to be the one who's against fracking in Pennsylvania, as she pledged, or the one that's now in favor of it? Is it going to be the one who said the wall was a vanity project, or the one who now says, no, I'm going to build the wall? Is it going to be the one who said Donald Trump destroyed the economy and supported Bidenomics before she's against it? Or is it going to be the one who said, I now support no tax on tips before she was against that? So this debate, this 90-minute opportunity, and I hope the moderators are fair and let the candidates have their discussions. But this debate is going to be the first time the American people are actually going to see Kamala Harris, because she's been employing the same tactics that Joe Biden did, which is for 45 days, she gave 18 minutes and 36 seconds of an interview to Dana Bash, and that's been the sum total of her time talking to the media. It's shameful, and the media should be held accountable for it.
It is, but it also worked for Joe Biden in 2020. He won the election. I mean, are you not concerned that this is actually a winning strategy? You may not like it, but it is a winning strategy.
But here's the difference, Pierce. In 2020, we're in the middle of the COVID pandemic. And what we saw was a massive increase of absentee ballot voting. Those drop boxes were used, no validation to the signatures. We know that. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. In 2016, the average drop box received and rejected about 3% of the ballots that were put in there. In 2020, while the increase was 10x, the rejection rate went to 0.003. Because they no longer validated the signatures. They just took them, and we saw record numbers of people voting because of COVID. We're going to go back to where things normally stand now, which means people are going to have to show up. They're going to have to prove that they're legal citizens, and that gives us the opportunity once again to implement our ground effort, turn our people out, make sure that we have a free and fair election. And we know that if that's the case, it's too big to rig. Donald Trump is going to win. So she can't hide forever. And the media has to put some pressure on her to start.
I love it how they, according to these dickheads, they got away with stealing the last election. There was no recourse, but they're never going to be able to steal this one. Have they even spoken about how they're going to make that change? Or is it just because they don't care and they're like, we're going to just have the election and we'll only complain about fraud if we lose? I don't know.
Answering some real questions.
Kamala Harris is going to come after him hard about abortion. She's made that pretty clear. What is Donald Trump's position on abortion?
Well, I think he's been very clear. He appointed 3 U.S. Supreme Court justices who ultimately led to the overturning of Roe v. Wade to put this issue back to the states because the states are the laboratories of democracy. And here's what happens now. People in most of these states are given the privilege to go to the ballot and vote for what they want. Every state's going to look a little different. And what we've seen, Pierce, in this country is states like Kansas and Ohio, which have historically been conservative states, are continuing to give women the right to have an abortion up until a certain date. It's on the ballot in Florida. What Donald Trump has said was, let's let the people decide. We should no longer be dictating at the federal level what is the best policy for everybody. And that's how the system's supposed to work. We are a constitutional republic. You get to go and vote. You get to decide what's best for your state, and what may happen in Massachusetts may look very different than my home state of New Hampshire.
How did Donald Trump persuade you to come back and work on the campaign?
You know, Pierce,
I hate this. We're not going to ban abortion. We're going to give it back to the states. But some states will ban abortion. They already have. You fucking...
Like you, he and I have been friends for a long time. And he called me. And he said,
how do we keep up with these people, man?
Corey, would you ever think about coming back? And I had a great life. I have a great life with my kids and my wife up in New Hampshire. But Pierce, I'm concerned about the history of our country, the future of our country. And I said to my 4 children, who are all high school age or younger, I said, I will see you in 9 weeks. At the time, it was 12 weeks. I said, I will see you then, because if I don't do everything I can to help save this republic, I don't know who will. And I truly believe, as a patriot, as a family of a military...
What is this Vosh tile? Heck, my gay idiot Chungus unregistered foreign agent life. Oh no.
Family our entire lives. If Donald Trump isn't the next president of the United States, that we will cross a precipice that we'll never be able to come back from.
I spoke to him a week after he was shot. He rang me and we had a very good chat. And at the end of it, I said, I'd love to do another interview with you, President Trump. We've done, I think, over 40 together now. He said, absolutely, let's do it. You're now one of the key men on his team. Can we get a date in the diary?
Listen, I'd love to have it. I know you've always been fair to the president. We've had some back and forth a few times.
Pierce does actually think that Trump tried to steal an election in 2020. I don't know why. He doesn't seem to make that much noise about it, but like that he does believe that. I don't think Trump wants anything to do with Pierce publicly for that.
But you've always been a fair, honest broker. So if it's up to me, the answer is yes. We've got 62 days to go. I don't know if you're going to be back over here anytime soon.
I can be on a plane in 3 microseconds, Corey. You say the word, I'm flying.
Well, let me find some time and we'll get back to you. I'd love to do it.
It'd be great. It'd be good to see you. Nice to have you back on Uncensored. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
Well, with a view from the opposite side of the spectrum, I'm joined by Tim Miller, the host of the Bulwark podcast and formerly communications director for Jeb Bush, who, of course, Trump famously called low energy in the 2016 presidential campaign. Well, great to see you, Tim. You were listening to that. What did you make of it?
Piers, I got to tell you, that was one of the most absurd interviews I've ever had to watch in my life. And I just can't even believe that I had to sit through it. I just took a couple notes here. Donald Trump was tough standing up to Xi Jinping. Really? He totally folded to Xi Jinping during COVID, did nothing to try to push back on him at all. Donald Trump really behind the scenes cares about what the right things to do are, that he's a listener, that he listens to people. Like, this is just ridiculous. We all know him, that his biggest flaw is that he's a perfectionist. I mean, do you read his bleats? He doesn't even spell things correctly. But the most important thing I want to pick on is that little exchange you had about, oh, it's so surprising they've never met. Do you know why Trump and Kamala Harris have never met, Pierce? Have you thought about it for a second? Do you know why they really haven't met?
Tell me. This guy's coming in strong.
Because he was a toddler. And he threw a temper tantrum after he lost a fair election. And for the first time in America since the Civil War, we did not have a peaceful transfer of power. We did not have a ceremonial transfer of power where the former president, like a man, goes and stands on the stage and greets the next incoming president, where he helps the incoming team with the transition, where the vice president's team meets with the other. That didn't happen last time because Donald Trump attempted a coup and he had a temper tantrum and he flew home to Mar-a-Lago just to go golfing and to hang out with the Cougars on the pool deck.
To be clear, all of which
That's what happened. That's why they haven't met, because he tried a coup.
Well, to be clear, at the time, I heavily criticized him for all the things you've just said. But
Are you going to announce your stream on Discord? Yeah, I'll announce it 10 minutes before I go off. Okay. That's...
And explain
Okay,
why.
sure, but Corey Lewandowski comes on your show and he's like, "Oh, Donald Trump and Kamala haven't met."
Well, hang on.
Oh my goodness!
No, the
wow,
point-
that's so interesting. They haven't met, and then Corey's over there saying it's because Kamala was ineffective as a senator.
It doesn't.
No, it's because Donald Trump was supposed to be a deal maker. Didn't meet with any of the Democratic senators. He said he was going to be the art of the deal man, but he didn't try to actually do any deals. All he did was insult people on Twitter. And then after he lost to Kamala Harris, fair and square, and Joe Biden, he didn't have the dignity. But why have a transfer of power for the first time in American history?
I've just said I agree.
Shameful.
I've just said
it's embarrassing. He's an embarrassment.
I've just said I agree with you. So let's park that to
great.
one side.
Well, but you didn't say it to Corey. You didn't challenge Corey. It was a very chummy interview. I know you want to get Trump on the show, but it was very chummy.
Okay.
And you didn't challenge Corey that much.
Ours can be chummy too. I don't think I've been unchummy to you. I don't even know you. I've known Corey.
No, we can be chummy.
I've known Corey. I've known Corey a long time.
Somebody that's a close advisor to Donald Trump on the podcast, you think that you could challenge him a little bit. That's all.
I was just going to ask you this question. The point that he made, Corey Lewandowski, was it was surprising to him they'd never met, given that Trump was president for 4 years before the transfer of power, January 6th issues that you're talking about. Why was Kamala Harris, who's one of the 100 senators in the United States at the time, why was she incapable of being able to get into a room with Donald Trump, the president?
How was she not invited? Why did the president not invite her to the White House?
Why didn't she make herself
Donald
invited?
Trump ran.
Isn't that a job of senators?
Come on. Donald Trump ran on this BS nonsense and come on this show. I'm the art of the deal man. I'm a deal maker, which was a book he didn't even write that got ghostwritten. It was this fake persona. It was this Hollywood persona that he conned the American people into believing that he was some deal maker. Then he gets in the White House and he doesn't even try to work with the Democrats on a deal. All he does is insult them. He does nicknames. He trashes them. He didn't cut any deals. Donald Trump, Joe Biden ended up being the deal maker that got a bipartisan deal on gay marriage, on infrastructure. So that's why Kamala didn't go to the White House. He didn't ever invite her. How about that?
Well, yeah,
Did you try that?
If I was a senator, I'd have made sure I got invited. But let me ask you, I'm curious about your own journey. You were Jeb Bush's guy, Republican, and now you're a Democrat. How does that happen?
Well, I'm not a Democrat. I left the party in 2020. Very good timing, I thought. In about November of 2020, after the election, I was hopeful. Throughout 2020, I was hopeful that we could get our party back from Donald Trump and get back to a more classical, liberal, traditional party that had a respect for the rule of law, that had a respect for our allies abroad.
Terranax, thanks for the $5. Pierce is an English journo, capitalized, and he sees Trump the same way football, hack pack view, Jose Mourinho. Yeah, well. Why are people donating on fucking Twitch? When they're in, it's weird.
International relationships, that respect for immigration and the immigrant story and how that's an important part of America. I was hoping we could get back to that kind of compassionate conservatism after 2020. And then what happened was Donald Trump lost and he threw an extended temper tantrum. And rather than standing up to him, rather than telling him, sir, Mr. President, it's time for you to accept your loss and move on, all of the Republicans basically went along with it. And everybody participated in this absurd lie, in this absurd fantasy where every Republican was like, yeah, we're worried about the voting machines. And I was so disheartened and discouraged by that I wrote an article saying I was leaving the party. It ended up being totally correct. Over the next 5 years, that now everyone who spoke out against Trump, like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, has been thrust out of the party, and people who are like embarrassing clowns are made to be the nominee of our party, and like Mark Robinson in North Carolina or Kari Lake in Arizona, simply because they're willing to suck up to Donald Trump. It's not a traditional conservative or a classically liberal party anymore. It's an embarrassment. It's a cult of one man, and I'm very happy to leave it. And I think everything that's happened over the last
God, it's the politically homeless conservatives. We love them. Yes, get them. I feel like this is Trump's biggest weakness, right? Is people who supported him in 2016 and then realized he was fucking mental and decided that they'd rather have Democrats in. Oh God, it's so nice.
Last 5 years has validated all of my criticisms of the party.
But you really look at Kamala Harris and think she's the one that's going to beat Trump? Because I don't.
It's making me wonder, like, what kind of extremism would I have to see on the Democrat side to consider someone like Nikki Haley or like Chris Christie or something? I'm trying to think. What would I? What would I have to see? Maybe if like Hassan led the Democrat Party, I'd probably go for Nikki Haley instead. But Bernie, definitely not. I'd still go Democrat for Bernie. AOC, I'd still go Democrat. It would have to be a tanky. Yeah, it would have to be a full-on like Marxist-Leninist. That would get me over to Republicans. It would depend on the Republican. Hassan versus Trump. I'd probably take Hassan. Easy. Second thought or Trump? Second thought or Trump? That's probably when you flee the country. Vosh or Trump? Vosh, easy.
Well, I mean, she's beating him in the polls right now.
Well, that's not true.
I
I talked to Nate Silver yesterday from 538. He's obviously number crunched every poll imaginable. He says it's basically completely 50-50 neck and neck. If you look at it, he said literally you can't.
Yeah,
there's
look,
not a bit of paper.
I think that,
she's not beating him in the polls. And the truth is, I fear for the Democrat side. I fear that what is going to happen on the 10th with this debate is that Trump is going to win. I think he's going to be too overwhelming for Kamala Harris to do it. I might be wrong, and we'll get you back the next day if you like, and we'll discuss.
No,
Honkler, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Glad to be politically homeless, then support Trump again. Hey.
I'd love to. We have kind of an agreement on that.
Traveling Israel or Trump? I don't even know what traveling Israel's policies are. They're just... His policies are just shitting on Palestinians. I don't know. Ugh. But Trump does that too.
Nervous, Piers. I'm nervous.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm not over here saying I think the Democrats are going to win a landslide. I don't. I think it's a very close election. I think that Kamala Harris has surprised.
Hakeem or Trump? At the end of the day, Trump's been president before, and he didn't actually use his powers that often. So probably Trump. It'd probably be Trump, like the devil you know, just because it's like the devil you know. Like that's it. Like Hakeem would probably like try to get people murdered. Or would he? Would he just be president and he would just sit there making videos and denying like human rights atrocities around the third world? Like, I don't know.
It's a lot of people with the way that she's conducted herself in the campaign over the first 6 weeks. I think she's offered a very compelling message. I thought her convention, honestly, there were times at her convention, it could have been the John McCain convention with her appeals to, kind of American strength and American patriotism, their USA chants, and so I think that she tried to appeal to the big middle of the country. I think the debate's going to be tough. Donald Trump is a very good debater. There's some liberals who out there think Donald Trump his brain is mush and he's a terrible debater. I don't think that.
No,
I watched it with Jeb.
Well, he's a good debater, but his brain is mush. Yes, he is very stupid. Yeah.
Close hand. I think he's a good debater.
Yeah.
I think that she has a tough challenge ahead of her.
If she loses the debate, does she lose the election?
I don't think so. I mean, look, there are very few debates that are knockout punches. What we saw in June
the last one
was an aberration, not the norm. You don't see that very often. Usually, it's a mixed bag with some people thinking one won, something the other one. So I don't think that the debate is make or break. I think it's very important. I think that a lot of the American people want to see that she can stand up to Trump, and then see that she's up for this.
Yeah.
And, because she's still getting introduced. And so I think it's very important to her for sure.
Yeah. Tim Miller, host of the Bulwark podcast out of New Orleans. Great to talk to you.
Thanks, Pierce.
Okay. Hillary won all her debates. Yeah, so did Kerry. Americans are so funny. Like, they will literally, that means there are people in American society who will say, I think this person won the debate. All three of them. They made better arguments. They're more convincing. I'm going to vote for the other person. That's amazing. I love that. That is what a beautiful country.
There can only be one.
What are these guys saying?
Okay, so
Think before you sleep
what
is
else was
there.
kind of interesting about this. So they also, besides the video on the Russian terrorist. So regarding the Russian terrorist attack thing, the only people that I found, well, first of all, Tenet Media's YouTube channel didn't have a video about this terrorist attack at all, which is kind of interesting. And then the only people I found that were part of Tenet Media or that were hired by Tenet Media or licensed or content Tenet Media that made videos about it was Benny Johnson and
Yep.
Tim. And Benny Johnson, he did a video on it the day of, but he did not put any of the blame on the U.S. or Ukraine. He just kind of reported on the story and said, you know, the U.S. said it's ISIS. And
yeah, because it looks like he just didn't cover that. That's what I found as well. Unless I didn't actually check their live streams, to be fair. Maybe they live streamed it. Hang on, let's just see if they live streamed it. That's the one place I didn't look. Might want to plug that gap, because that's one gap I was able to find in this indictment. Benny? Huh? Commentator 3, March 22nd. 5 months ago then? Okay. So what did Benny do around, did he do any streams around this time? What's this? Huh. March 8th. So an older one, an older Benny Johnson stream. Dave. Dave was fucking, Dave was putting the work in for these guys. This one? Might have been taken down. Do you think it might have been removed for like propaganda or something? Like, or just that they never got around to it? But no, it's not there. Unless someone else covered it. Did anyone talk about anything on March 23rd? Oh, what's this? February. Oh shit, it's older. I need to go newer. Whoops. Oh wait, I'm being really dumb. All right, hang on. So I looked at this one, and are there any Benny ones after this? Is this is Benny? Okay. March 21st. Okay, we're closer. Where was that one? So on the 22nd was, Benny wasn't there at all. Was Tim Pool there? When did he stream this? 22nd? So on the 23rd, they wanted someone to cover it. Dave Rubin? Did he do it? Unless Benny, this is the one Benny did after it. Okay. So did Benny ever talk about it here? This is a few days after. It's not exactly old news though. It could just be people agreeing to cover things and then just not doing it. They just decide not to. Okay. Anything here? March 28th.
Apparently a disagreement. I don't know the specifics of that. I wasn't close.
Hey, Dave. Just an interview. Okay.
If you're bald, you want
like no one watched this shit. Okay. The Death of Western Man and His Renewal. Rollo Tomasi. God damn it.
Hating Mary.
No, yeah, they don't seem to have a video about it. Oh, well. Who knows? That's a bit of a gap in the story. What did Mr. Sitch say about it?
That's it, right? He didn't really do any like further commentary. And then when Tim talked about it, it's interesting. He had Jack Posobiec on that day, and Jack Posobiec 100% because he's America bad, brain rot. He was 100% blaming Ukraine and America for doing it. But Tim actually suggested that
he worked for the CIA. Sorry to interrupt.
He claims he used to. I don't know if
I don't trust that.
or not. Yeah. But Tim kind of hilariously responded that he threw a theory out that maybe it was Russia doing a false flag attack. So that would again sort of play more to Tim's position that he obviously wouldn't know that he was being paid by Russia, because if he was being paid by Russia, he wouldn't throw out this claim that Russia did a false flag on itself. It seemed to go against what Russia would want.
Did you say Benny Johnson just reported, because you said Tim and then Tim again?
I said Benny Johnson did a video
and just reported the news.
And just reported it, and then Tim did a video with Jack Posobiec on that day. Yeah.
The fact is, though, is that like this is something I know from Surkov, that guy who Putin funded in order to cement his control over the domestic political situation in Russia. And what he did was that he funded this like ex-funeral director, no, not funeral, theater director, Jesus Christ, to basically fund as many political movements as possible who opposed Putin, and then direct their messaging, and then make it publicly known that he was doing it. So the whole point was that everyone was like potentially controlled opposition. And the whole point there is that it just confused the fuck out of everyone. So it could be that like RT doesn't need to fund you, even if like just like RT or like the Russian state might fund you, even if you're not fully in line with Putin. That's very normal. But they've done that before. They could even be funding Progressive Victory. I'm joking. The thing with Progressive Victory, at least, is that they can afford to not get that much of a return at the moment on their YouTube channels, because they don't just do media. They do all kinds of things like fucking canvassing and fundraising and other like political stuff. So it's a bit different for them. You thought that too about PV? Well, PV is not just a media project. They've got loads of things. You can go on their website. If you want to in America, if you're like a fucking volunteer or whatever, you can go to PV's website and volunteer for like phone banking and shit. You can do local volunteering, or you can do remote volunteering through phone banking and stuff like that. They even actually, like, look, when you go to the get involved thing, there's like different things for you in different places, like whether it's canvassing, phone banking, organizing. Yeah. So they do a lot more than just the YouTube account. Obviously, if it was the YouTube account, you'd wonder why they're investing that much money in that little like return. But anyway, whatever. Brianna Wu standing up for Lauren Southern. Really? Oh. He retweeted Anna Kasparian about the Colorado Venezuelan gang story being true. Bro, everyone's fucking mental. I don't even know. Everyone's insane. That's my conclusion today. Can we watch the latest Corey Gilshister video on what Palestinians think should happen to Jews when Palestine is free? I'm guessing he's got to find a bunch of them who said that they'll get kicked out or killed or second-class citizens. It's not surprising, okay? I don't know why you think this is like news to me or anyone who watches this channel, but sure. Anyway, maybe I'll watch it tomorrow though, because I haven't watched Corey for a while. But right now, I am go. Does he cherry pick? Not that I know of. I don't think there's any indication that he does that. Okay. The problem is that if you're in the West Bank, the problem is that people who are willing to talk, people who are friendly to Israel or Israelis are less likely to want to talk for obvious reasons. Like Hamas does still have a presence in the West Bank. Like there is still pressure. even if it's not Hamas, there's a very standard like cultural expectation, like it's a norm in the West Bank that you're supposed to shit on Israelis. Like, so people are a lot more reluctant to talk if they have opinions that are more amicable to Israelis. So, yeah. God title. Thanks. Anyway, I have some work to do off stream. I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay. Take care. Don't take funding from the Russian government. Okay? It's not worth it. Bye.